What Not to Wear. Paris, Texas Romance, Book 2. Written by Dakota Cassidy. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Chapter 1. So, I hear someone went to see Miss Dottie about a Brazilian wax. Could that someone be you, Calla Allen? Winnie Yagamowitz asked, taking a big bite of her cupcake, her white teeth sinking deeply into the pink and purple swirled frosting. Calla batted her eyelashes at her friend and fanned herself flirtatiously with her free hand while she used the other to brush Flora Watkins' hair. "Why, whatever are you implying, Miss Winifred?" she asked in her best Southern accent, knowing full well to what her friend was insinuating. The intimate consummation of her relationship with Nash Ryder. The final frontier. Or, as her grandpa Ezra, all of her favorite seniors at Hallow Moon Senior Center, and her iguana Twyla Fay called it, the jamboree of genitals. Flora swatted in the air, her weathered hand reaching for Calla's fingers. "You know exactly what she means, young lady. She wants to know what every last one of us in this infernal Babysitters Club for Poise Pad Wares wants to know. Are you and that young hot bronco Nash Ryder gonna do it or ain't ya?" Winnie chuckled, tucking her infant son, Ben Jr., in the crook of her arm before licking icing from her fingers. "Winner, winner, chicken dinner. That's exactly what I'm implying, Miss Watkins. No one gets a wax just because, especially if it's from Miss Dottie, who can't see 2 inches in front of her. It's an ungodly pain we only suffer for men. Men we plan to do the do with." Calla's cheeks went bright red when Flora referred to Nash Ryder. "Shh, my grandfather's in the kitchen today." As though that made a difference. He'd been campaigning hard for this thing between she and Nash like he was running for office. On cue, Ezra Allen poked his head out of the swinging double doors leading to the kitchen of her small daycare for the elderly, carrying Twyla Fay, her accidentally adopted iguana/abandoned familiar, under his arm. He cackled, his wrinkled face and fluffy white beard making her smile. Well, until he said, "My girl's getting lucky tonight. Right, Twyla Fay?" "Gramps," Calla chastised, leaning over to give her very reluctant pet a scratch on the head. Twyla Fay slow blinked and stretched in her grandfather's arms. "Y'all," she drawled, slow and easy, her words hissing in a sensuous stream, "are plumb batty in this town. Betting on the sexin' is unseemly. Shame on all you dirty birds." Winnie giggle-snorted, wiggling her fingers at Ezra. "Mornin', Paw-Paw. And Twyla Fay, you hush, oh scaly one. As I recall, you were the first one lining up to put $10 in the pool." Twyla Fay hissed, swishing her tail and lifting her chin. "How can y'all expect me to resist temptation in a town full of heathens? It's like Sodom and Gomorrah in these parts." Hold up. The entire town was betting on whether she and Nash were going to have sex tonight? "The pool?" Calla asked, cocking her head. Winnie's eyes twinkled, ignoring Calla's question. "So I see you're as excited as the rest of us, Ezra?" He winked, setting Twyla Fay on the floor, where she scurried off to sit between Calla's feet. "Just like Christmas and my birthday, Winnie the Pooh. So you make sure you put my name on it like you promised, you hear? And don't forget the raffle. Don't want to miss a chance to win free beer for a year at Skeeter's." "Me too," Clive Stillwater, one of the oldest warlocks in the town of Paris, Texas, chimed from across the room, where he was eyeball deep in an intense game of chess with Roscoe Brown. Calla shook a finger at him, planting her hands on her hips with a grin. "No booze. You can't have beer, Clive, and you know it. What happened the last time you had alcohol?" He rasped an exaggerated sigh and sat up straight as though he were appalled. "I borrowed a broom. What of it?" "Now, Clive, it was more than just borrowing a broom, good buddy. You stole Joellen Landry's broom, a very powerful broom, and ended up in the middle of a cornfield in Oklahoma. You know, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains.
I was headed to the casino. The blackjack was calling. Would have made it, too, if not for that strong wind coming in from the north.
No beer forever, Clive, she sing-songed, smiling in satisfaction at his resounding grunt. He didn't always like the suggestions for a healthier lifestyle Calla insisted they follow while at the center, but he always followed her rules. Now, down to this business of beer for a year. Calla sat at one of the dining tables in the rec room across from Winnie and tapped the table with a fingernail, freshly polished just for tonight. Hello? Explain the pool. Beer for a year? Someone want to fill me in? She looked down at her feet, where Twyla Fay had swiftly settled by her sneakers. Calla gave her a nudge. Twyla Fay, my lips are sealed. What good are you to me if you don't do your job as my pet, Twyla Fay? Aren't you supposed to be my faithful, loyal companion? Twyla Fay harumphed. I think you have me confused with Lassie Sugarplum. And as I get to recollecting, you didn't even want me as your pet. Calla rolled her eyes. Don't you play the poor unwanted me game, miss. As I get to recollecting, Sassy Pants, you didn't exactly give me a choice. You were just there, under the cabinets back in the kitchen. Next thing I know, you were in the middle of my bed, demanding Egyptian cotton sheets and organic kale. Twyla Fay was a familiar. A failure of a familiar as far as her prior witch was concerned. She'd left the poor thing high and dry when she'd skipped town a month before Calla moved in and took over her grandfather's building. As one of the rare werewolves in a town full of witches, Calla had no need for a familiar, but Twyla Fay had followed her home that very night, and they'd been together, begrudgingly so if you listened to TF, ever since. She was crusty and difficult, and demanded only the best organic produce Calla could get her hands on, but she'd grown to love her saucy, unfiltered lizard. Twyla Fay tisked her disapproval with the flick of her tongue. Oops. My bad. Surprise! You adopted an iguana. And speaking of Egyptian cotton, I'm off to take my mid-morning nap. I need to be well rested for my House of Cards binge watch. That Kevin Spacey can whip whatever majority he wants out of me, honey. With that, she scurried along the floor and through the kitchen, which led to the connecting upstairs apartment Calla shared with her grandfather. Calla's eyes went to Winnie, narrowed and suspicious. So the pool. Explanations, anyone? Bueller? Her gaze shot around the sunny rec room where every one of her seniors was suspiciously otherwise engaged. Winnie avoided Calla's eyes and mumbled somewhere in the vicinity of the floor. Okay, so there might be people betting on whether you and Nash are going to make this relationship official tonight. But it's all from a good place. The place called free beer? She wanted to be mad. She should be mad. But when Winnie said it came from a good place, she meant it. The people of Paris truly cared about her and Nash. And apparently beer. Okay, fine. I might as well tell you all of it. There's chicken wings, too. Winnie winced, guilt all over her face. But it's just a bucket. Not nearly as big as the beer, if you ask me. Well, duh. Who in their right mind would pass up a bucket of chicken wings from Skeeter's? Glenda Jo Ledbetter clucked her tongue from the corner of the room as she peered at her hand of cards. I passed 'em up. Calla beamed a smile at her. Oh, for me? You're my favorite witch ever, Glenda Jo. I didn't do it for you, Legs. I did it because they give me indigestion. Spent near 2 hours in the latrine last time I had 'em. Never again. Glenda Jo said on a grin, to the tune of raucous cackling from the other witches she was playing canasta with. Winnie redirected Calla's attention by snapping her fingers. Forget all that. Get to the part where you tell me why you were at Miss Dottie's for a wax. It has to be because you're going to take this relationship to a deeper level. Calla raised one eyebrow and grabbed a stack of cloth napkins to fold for the impending lunch hour. How much you got riding on it? $20, she confessed, her eyes downcast, but her shoulders shaking with laughter. Now the wax. It has meaning. I just know it. Calla shrugged and feigned indifference, trying to hide her smile. Not necessarily true. Sometimes we women wax so we can wear bikinis to prevent people from pointing and laughing or calling in the Bigfoot enthusiasts even. Because there's so much ocean here in Paris, Texas, that you have need for a bikini, Winnie teased. Well, now there's the community pool. If I showed up looking like the long-lost relative of Sasquatch, the way people talk in this town, the ladies of the Bluebonnet Society would be taking up collections for a case of Bic razors before you could say unsightly hair. Winnie scoffed. The community pool's been drier than the Mojave ever since little Rhoda Lipstein was practicing elemental spells and drained it. The lifeguard said there was no reason to refill it since the season was almost over. So try again. Okay, so she'd gotten a wax, guilty as charged. But when she didn't confirm or deny the state of her wax, Winnie poked her. Look here, Calla. We've all watched for 3 solid months while you and our favorite cowboy, Nash Ryder, have circled each other like a clumsy duo, dancing the tango on Dancing with the Stars. We've waited. We've held our collective breath until we were all blue in the face. In fact, I'm pretty sure Patsy Pinkerton did turn blue in the face at one point. One of my wayward parolee witches even did a mating dance ritual, with one hand tied behind her back while she read Shakespearean sonnets on the second night of the full moon at exactly 2:08 a.m. in order to... A Shakespearean mating dance? Did it go something like, How do I bang thee? Let me count the ways. Calla was still getting used to how close-knit this community was, how they rallied around when you were down and stuck their witchy noses into everyone's business, with the staunch justification it was for your own good, like it or not. Winnie threw a hand up and shook her head, strands of her dark hair falling from her ponytail to brush at her jawline. That's Browning. And don't deflect, werewolf. Living in a small town full of witches had taken some getting used to as a werewolf. But when her grandfather had decided to give up the building he owned, complete with an enormous 4,000-square-foot storefront in the center of town, she'd jumped at the chance to return to the place she'd spent so many amazing, if not hotter than Hades, summers. Because she'd desperately needed a fresh start. Because the grind of Boston and her job as a personal assistant to the Dark Overlord, a.k.a. Reed Redding, famous local talk show host and all-around anus head, had sucked the will to live right out of her. She'd come here for a simpler, quieter life, and she'd gotten it in spades. In the process, she'd reconnected with Nash Ryder, the mad crush of her teenage dreams. Tall, dark, handsome, sexy, funny, panty-melting warlock Nash, who now owned his family's ranch just on the outskirts of town. And a cowboy hat. He owned one of those, too. Oh, that cowboy hat did things to her she couldn't quite describe. There weren't enough adjectives in the land to depict the extent of Nash's yumminess. They hadn't seen each other since her last summer here, when she was 18, almost 11 years ago. Yet the moment she'd seen him again when he'd come in to pick up his ranch hand's mother for his surprise birthday party, it was as though only 11 seconds had passed, rather than over a decade. Winnie nudged her shoulder with a pink-tipped fingernail. Hello in there. Deflection. You're doing it. Me? Deflect? I wasn't deflecting. I was changing the subject. Because it was sore. So sore. Winnie clucked her tongue, brushing her long, dark ponytail over her shoulder before throwing one of Ben's bibs across it. Well, maybe that's how all you fancy Bostonians avoid a straight answer, but here in Paris, we demand the right to stick our busy noses in where they don't belong, don't we, Mr. Whiffle? George Whiffle sucked air between his dentures and dipped his graying head to hide his laughter, folding his hands over his round belly. Yep. Especially if we're going to get some beer. Winnie's eyes twinkled. Now, we all want to know. Are you finally going to do poor Nash tonight and put us out of our misery?" Calla toyed with the plastic lace tablecloth and continued to pretend not to know what Winnie was talking about. "Define we all." Winnie rolled her eyes and tapped the table. "You know damn well who we all means, but if you want a list, I can oblige. First, me, every employee at Miss Marjorie's, including Miss Marjorie. Me, BIC, a.k.a. Greta. Me, all of the seniors here at the center. Me, Daphne, and her husband Fate, not to mention every employee who's ever worked at the hardware store since 1952. Me, the Paris High School Marching Band, and pretty much anyone else with a pulse, and again, me. We all want to know if tonight's the big night when you two seal the woot-woot deal." Calla swallowed hard, shaking off the bad she'd left behind in Boston and replacing it with the good she'd found here in Paris, in a town full of witches and warlocks, where she was the only one of 4 or 5 werewolves, including her grandfather. She was a nervous wreck about tonight. The walking, talking embodiment of neurosis. Because, in fact, tonight was the night. Winnie's little girl Lola came up behind Calla and asked, in all her 6-year-old innocence, "What's woot-woot?" Lola was one of Calla's favorite visitors to Hallow Moon ever. Before her Uncle Ben had married Winnie, Calla had heard she was quite a handful of toddler witch, out of control, but you'd mostly never know it these days. She pulled Lola to her lap and tweaked her pert nose with a grin. "It might be a new name for one of my super-duper cupcakes, Lola Falola. Will you be my taste tester if I make a batch of woot-woots?" The pink in her cheeks heightened, and her sweet smile went wide. "Uh-huh. But I think we better find a new name for 'em. Woot-woot is stupid." Out of the mouths of one of the most powerful up-and-coming witches in the universe. Winnie muttered under her breath with a shake of her head. Lola, a witch in training, was a tiny powerhouse of magic and a direct descendant of the great Baba Yaga, who just happened to be Winnie's aunt by marriage. Calla smoothed one of Lola's long braids and chuckled. "It kinda is a stupid name. I'll let you think up a new one. How's that?" Winnie handed Lola a napkin and pointed to her mouth, indicating she should wipe the crumbs from the corner. "Why don't you go finish that picture you were drawing with Miss Gertie, so Miss Calla has something nice to hang on her kids' wall, Nugget? And when I'm done, we'll go get Uncle Ben." Winnie's husband Ben was technically Lola's uncle, left to him to raise her after her mother and father were killed in an accident. But you'd never know it by the way the family had blended so beautifully, or by the way Winnie and Lola felt about each other. Winnie was Lola's mother in every sense of the word, aside from biology. Lola grinned and hopped off her lap to head back toward the area she'd designated especially for the children in town when they came to visit their relatives. Calla loved nothing more than to see the pictures they colored for the wall or the dinosaurs they built with Legos when she entered the center each morning. Winnie leaned closer, her raven eyebrow raised. "Now, about that woot-woot. What's so special about tonight that would lead you to believe anything is happening between me and Nash other than the usual dates we've been going on regularly?" Winnie giggled, settling little Ben against her shoulder and patting his back. "The harvest dance, of course. Duh." Calla barked a laugh. This town and their celebrations and their gossip were all part of the reason she'd grown to love Paris so much. "Does the harvest dance have some special magic that inspires sealing the woot-woot deal?" "It did for Beulah May and Ed Kowalski. They did it right on a bale of hay on the side of the gazebo just outside the VFW hall in the square during the fall festival of 2013, and had their triplets 9 months later. 3 little witches in training, 2 girls and a boy. Just ask Miss Marjorie. She almost saw it. Also, there's Nestor and Rhonda Goodwin. Their seal-the-deal story is still bandied about in hushed whispers to this day, mostly because I've heard rumor it was a pretty raucous event, and that happened way back in '82. Thus, I conclude, the harvest dance really is magical. So you tell me." Calla laughed again, tucking her hair behind her ears. "Okay, so Just between you and me and the Paris High School Marching Band, BIC, and anyone else who's interested." She paused for dramatic effect and drew in a breath. "It's no one's business but mine and Nash's." Winnie made a pouty face, her pink-glossed lower lip thrusting forward. "Boo, hiss. How about if I pinky swear not to tell a soul?" "Oh, for sure, if you pinky swear, I'd give up intel that's sensitive. Pinky swears are sacred and bound by horrific punishments if broken. Or not." Gus Mortimer shambled up to them, stopping to lean down near Winnie, a conspiratorial gleam in his eye, his grin wicked.
"You want me to whip up one of them tell-all spells? We'll have her singing like a canary in no time."
Calla pointed to the air hockey table. "You go get your air hockey on with Miss Maisie and mind your P's and Q's, or you only get one vegetable with dinner tonight, pal, and absolutely no fruit cup," she teased. He stuck his tongue out at her, the flaps of his old pilot's hat bobbing.
"You're the meanest old geezer babysitter in the land."
Winnie reached for her hand and grinned when she patted it. "You do know I'm just razzing you, right? That I would never pressure you to tell me if you're finally going to commit to Nash by making his eyeballs roll to the back of his head unless you really, really, really wanted to share." Calla loved Winnie. From the second she'd come into the senior center at the very end of her pregnancy and brought 4 dozen cupcakes for the seniors. Cupcakes she'd sworn she was going to eat all on her own in an effort to crowd little Ben out of her uterus via cake batter and a rush of sugar. She loved that, to hear people in town tell it, Winnie had overcome some huge obstacles of her own when she'd first arrived in Paris. But what she loved most about Winnie was that she helped others with their obstacles too, by continuing the legacy Ben's sister had begun, running a halfway house for witches who were on parole for magic abuse, the very position Winnie had been in just a little over a year ago. Calla treasured their almost immediate friendship, but this night with Nash was a touchy subject for her. Almost too touchy even for girl talk with Winnie. She'd never confided what happened to anyone, but it would be the first intimate encounter she'd had with a man since... "Oh, you would too pressure me." But it wasn't malicious pressure. It was done in the spirit of girl bonding, and Calla knew that in her heart. But still. "Okay, I would," Winnie confessed with an impish grin, her beautiful face wreathed in that special glow she always had. "So tell me, or I'm going to have to use my magic wand. You don't want me to break out." She lowered her voice so the 2 other customers wouldn't hear her. "The wand, do you?" Calla mock shivered, running her hands over her arms. Winnie's magic wand was legendary here in Paris. To Calla, it looked like a purple sparkle stick. But to hear the people of Paris tout its abilities was to compare it to the Holy Grail. "No fair. I'm nothing but a lowly werewolf with no magic. But I defy you to outshed me." Winnie giggled, placing Ben in his carrier and securing the seatbelts. "Okay, so you're not going to tell me. Fine. But I'm here to tell you. I won't be there for the festivities because Ben's Aunt Yaga needs us in Salem. So we'll be gone for the entire weekend and I won't be able to dish. But I'll make sure Daphne looks out for you." Daphne, another witch, who was married to the actual Fate, was fashionable and fabulous and had welcomed her with warmth and friendship. She loved Daphne, but she wasn't Winnie. Panic seized her. Winnie wasn't going to be at the dance. Shit. What if she needed some girl support? What if everything with Nash went horribly wrong and she needed a shoulder to cry on? What could go wrong, Calla? You know what could go wrong. Would it hurt to talk about her deep-seated fears and insecurities with Winnie? Would it hurt to tell her why she'd waited as long as she had to sleep with Nash, instead of always avoiding the question? Mostly, it was because she couldn't bring herself to say the words out loud. Still, after an entire year. So, rather than share the one last intimate detail of her life, the one that had made her leave Boston forever, Calla made something up. "I'm worried about what I'm going to wear. I hear the harvest dance is a reason to gussy up. Most of my stuff is still in boxes in Boston." at the Dark Overlord's, in the guest house where she'd lived for 6 solid years, while she'd catered to his every outrageous, only sparkling water in a bottle, wafer-thin cucumber slices for the eyes, 1/4 cup of no-pulp orange juice, and not a drop more whim. Reed still had it all because she couldn't face him long enough to reclaim it. The dick-knuckle. Fuck. She hated what a coward she turned into that last night as Reed's assistant. But she was working toward healing her shame one day at a time, and she was almost there. Except for tonight. If she could just get past tonight. If Nash turned out to be the man she thought he was. Why does everything hinge on Nash being anything, Calla? You are who you are, and if he or any other man doesn't like it, they can shove it up their unworthy, shallow asses, the feminist in her screamed. But the feminist in her wanted Nash to be a decent guy. Wanted it desperately, because she was falling. Falling hard for him, and it would never do if he ended up being a bag of dicks. As Winnie rose, interrupting her troubled thoughts, she smiled at Calla and waved a dismissive hand. Is that all? A dress? Don't be silly. I have a million things you can wear. Just borrow something of mine. She shook her head. Winnie was pretty tall, but at 5'10", still shorter than Calla was by at least 2 inches. I'm too tall to wear anything of yours. My leg alone is as long as your torso. She wiggled her perfectly plucked raven eyebrows. Then whatever you choose will be a little short. And if tonight's the night, not that I'm pressuring you, short so works. Now, not another word. Kirby should be home by the time you need to get ready, and if not, BIC won't be far behind. She is our parolee babysitter for the weekend. Calla laughed at the nickname Winnie had given Greta. Why don't you just call BIC Greta? It's been a year since she was your parole officer. Because she'll always be bitchin' charged to me, and I secretly think she likes it. Anyway, if BIC's not there, Kirby will let you in, right? She asked one of Calla's favorite employees who handled pickups and drop-offs for the seniors. As part of the rehabilitation program for magic abusers that Winnie and her warlock husband Ben ran in a big, rambling Victorian, the women on parole had to work and contribute to society without the use of their magic. When Kirby had first come to the program, Winnie had encouraged her to apply at Hallow Moon despite her doubts about Kirby's potential for rehabilitation. But Kirby had proven them all wrong. She'd never once, to Calla's knowledge anyway, used her magic for ill-gotten means. She was dependable, always on time, and the seniors really liked her, and so did Calla. She'd come to depend on her more than any other employee she had. Kirby wiped her hands on the towel she was using to dry tables and nodded with a slight smile, but still a smile, one that had grown brighter in the 6 months since she'd begun to work for Calla. You bet, boss. Perfect. Then it's settled. Just head over to the house and dig through my closet. Borrow whatever you'd like. And now I have to go, because Baba Yaga waits for no one. Calla smiled when she remembered what Winnie had told her about the troubled relationship she'd once shared with Ben's Aunt Yaga, and the time she served in jail with Baba Yaga as her jailer. You two have really turned your relationship around, huh? Seems like you're spending more and more time with her. Winnie paused before tucking a light blanket under Ben Jr.'s chin, her eyes teary the way they always became when they talked about what she'd gone through just a year or so ago. You know, if not for Baba, I wouldn't have an incredible husband, or Benny Jr., and my little Lola, and I sure as hell wouldn't live here in Paris, because let's face it, it's hotter than Satan's balls here. But last year around this time, I wanted to kill her for sending me to this town. This year, I could kiss her for the amazing life I have because she knew better. That's why the halfway house is so important to me, to Ben. Why it means so much that you're willing to hire people like Kirby. Happy endings do exist, Calla. Sometimes you just have to let them. She knew Winnie suspected something troubled her. It wasn't the first time she'd hinted at it. Calla just wasn't ready to say it out loud yet. She'd replayed it enough in her head for a lifetime. So she was going to deflect again. Well, you make sure you say hello to Miracle Worker Baba for me. Also, Don't forget to remind her I want to borrow those neon pink leg warmers and her Breakfast Club soundtrack. She promised last time she was in. Winnie rolled her eyes at Baba's penchant for everything 80s. Do not encourage Calla. She has a warehouse stacked to the brim with 80s paraphernalia. And I really, really have to run now. Do you have any idea how many suitcases it takes to pack up 2 children and a husband for one weekend? Can't you just wiggle your nose or wave the wand? Winnie gasped as though Calla had suggested she give Mount Rushmore boobs, which, if Calla remembered right, she had at one point in her sordid past before she'd come to Paris and reformed. That you would even suggest such a thing, Calla Allen? We only use our magic when necessary. So that wasn't you making the carousel horses in the park come to life, then? You hush, she hissed on a laugh. Ben likes them. They soothe him when he's cranky. Nothing else works. And if you don't stop teasing me, I'll sick Ichabod on you. You mean your creepy Cabbage Patch doll / familiar? He is not creepy. Okay, he's a little creepy, but he's an amazing familiar, and we've been through a lot together. Now come here, Winnie ordered, pulling her in for a hug, the scent of her jasmine perfume wafting to Calla's nose. Have an amazing, unforgettable time tonight, and text me all about it tomorrow. You hear me? Don't leave a juicy second of it out. No juicy tidbits shall go untexted. Calla raised her right hand in oath, even though her stomach plummeted with another round of nerves. Swear it on my next porterhouse. Putting her hands on Calla's shoulders, Winnie gripped them and forced her friend to look at her. Seriously, Calla, I hope tonight is everything you want it to be. But more importantly, I hope whatever it is that troubles you about this final step, and I know something does, someday you'll trust me enough to tell me about it. Until then, Denny Park's incoming, with our front-runner cowboy Nash hot on his heels. She blew Calla a kiss before gathering up Ben and Lola and threading her way through the tables toward the door, waving and smiling at Nash. Crap. Calla cringed, but not before she smoothed her apron and fluffed her hair. Denny and Nash were like Donald Trump and Clint Eastwood in the same room together, duking it out for her affections. 2 polar opposites. One had a deeply rooted sense of manly man and all the perks that went with that, like integrity and honesty, and the other thought he could purchase whatever manliness he lacked, which usually meant she had to be the referee. She mentally put her whistle to her lips and was preparing her next move in order to avoid conflict when Ezra stuck his head back out of the kitchen doors. "Man the decks, Gus, my friend," he bellowed, his white hair sticking up along the sides of his head, his face covered in flour. "Fancy city slicker on the loose." Chapter 2. Denny entered first, his smile almost too glossy, his clothes too clean. He was a bit of a douchebag, and a werewolf who didn't approve of her relationship with Nash, who technically was outside their species. Most wares bristled at the idea of mating with anyone other than their own kind, and Denny was no exception. Rich and entitled, he'd set his sights on her 10 seconds after she'd hit Paris, and no amount of discouragement made it through his thick skull to the spongy matter one called a brain. The bell on the door of the center jingled as it closed, jarring Calla. Yet everything melted away when she saw Nash saunter in not far behind Denny. Dark, roughly hewn, full of thick, corded muscle, Nash winked a fringed green eye and tipped the brim of his Stetson at her as he slid inside, making her heart race and her knees wobble. Denny strode toward her, his steps confident, his expensive, soft leather shoes a hushed whisper on the floor. "Mornin', Calla Lily," he drawled. She hated that he knew her middle name and used it as if it was some sort of intimacy between them. "Morning, Denny. Kirby's got your aunt all ready for pickup. Gotta run," she called out, scooting around him and heading directly toward Nash. She grabbed his wide hand and pulled him back out the glass front door into the never-ending heat of the day, dragging him down the sidewalk until they were at the corner of the row of buildings, before her feisty seniors could get their hands on him. Ducking under the awning of the drugstore, she wrapped her arms around his neck and burrowed against him. "Thank you for saving me," she said on a happy sigh. He smiled that warm, delicious smile that made the grooves in his cheeks deepen.
Was that old coot Lenny chasing you around the shuffleboard court again? He's a crafty one.
No, Lenny's the least of my problems, though he did ask for conjugal visits with Hester Lynn. Pulling her tight against him, he said,
You don't have conjugal visits. It's a recreational center, not a prison.
She shook her head on a chuckle. Exactly what I told Lenny. But I think sometimes he feels like coming to Hallow Moon is like a prison sentence, which breaks my heart. Oh, sure, he hides behind all that sexual innuendo and Casanova charm, but no longer having powers as sharp as he once did is really hard on him.
You want me to beat him up after school?
She poked his chest playfully. Who are you kidding here? Lenny could totally take you. And I meant thank you for saving me from Denny. Nash chuckled, his voice low when he pulled her in even tighter.
You know, wouldn't it just be easier to tell Denny you're my woman, and he better keep his hands off of you or I'll rip them off?
Calla shivered at his possessive words, despite the oppressive heat. No limb-ripping. And your woman, huh?
Yep, mine,
he murmured against her ear, nipping at it.
You took the girlfriend's oath when I gave you my class ring. There's no backing out now.
That wasn't your class ring. It was the tab on a can of Pepsi. One of the sweetest, most romantic gestures she'd ever shared with a man over some grilled hot dogs and beans he'd made for her all by himself on an open fire, bar none. Her heart still skipped a beat when she remembered how he'd looked across that campfire, his eyes glowing, his skin bronzed from working his ranch.
Is that disdain I hear in your voice from a heartfelt symbol of commitment? You crush me to my very soul, Calla Allen.
I would never. She held up the gold chain where she'd attached the can's tab and grinned. See? Always right next to my heart. Calla patted her hand over her left breast, then snatched it away just as quickly. But Nash trailed a finger along her collarbone and down the line of her pink tank top.
Then no limb ripping. Today's Denny's lucky day.
She melted against Nash, reveling in the way her body absorbed his muscles, the way she felt every line of his abs, and delighted in his thighs pressed to hers. She let her lips graze his before asking, So, what time tonight?
What's tonight again?
He teased, skimming her mouth with his tongue, creating ripples of hot need deep in her belly. She tweaked his shoulder and giggled despite her nerves. The chance for you to finally get laid. The chance for you to prove you're everything you claim you are. Nash was being tested, and he didn't even know it. And it was totally unfair, but she'd been too insecure for full disclosure up to this point. It had taken a little while for her to trust him, and now that she was almost there, so close she could almost taste it, Calla hoped she was able to go all the way. Tonight was the night when she'd share her ugly secret with him, something deeply personal, something she had to be sure he'd be okay with. His head dipped low, hiding their faces with his black Stetson. He rubbed her nose with his, the length of his dark hair rustling over the collar of his black shirt.
Oh, yeah. Totally forgot about that. How remiss of me,
he teased, jutting his hips at her to reveal the rigid line of his shaft. Calla snickered, then sobered. But we have to talk first. He mocked a sigh.
Lord, woman, are we gonna have the I'm a werewolf, you're a warlock, some people won't be happy about us dating talk again? Because I told you, I damn well don't care what anyone wants but us.
I don't either. Her pack usually had strict rules about mating, but not for her. In fact, if she brought home an elephant and told them she was going to make little werefulants, they wouldn't care. Because she was deemed inferior. His smoldering green eyes held concern.
Then what else is there, honey? I thought we'd talked everything out when we decided to wait on the whoopee and chose to really get to know each other first. They'd both agreed, after meeting up again, they were at the stages in their lives where they wanted commitment, a future with someone, families, and they were willing to really get to the core of one another before they took the final leap to a deeper physical connection. But that wasn't the only reason she'd wanted to wait. Letting her hands fall, Calla grabbed his from their place on her waist, her eyes serious when she gazed into his. "Can you just trust me and wait until tonight?" Nash smiled down at her, the grooves on either side of his mouth deepening. "Of course I trust you. And you do know, I've waited 11 years for this. There's nothing you can tell me that will make me change my mind about tonight. Not even if you're a serial killer." Nothing. She hoped that was the truth, but she couldn't bring herself to answer. Instead, she said with a smile, "So tonight? 8 o'clock?" Nash pulled her back in tight again, whispering his mouth over the side of her neck. "You better put your two-stepping shoes on." "You can two-step? Shut the front door." "Oh, the things I can do, Miss Calla. Just you wait and see, beautiful." He dropped a gentle kiss on her lips, a kiss that never failed to make her knees buttery soft, before giving her bottom a playful swat. 8 o'clock sharp. I'm off to grab what I hope will be my last cold shower. See you tonight, pretty lady." He rumbled deep and sexy before he strode off toward his truck, his low-slung jeans doing maddening things to her insides. Tonight. 3 months of dating, and talking into the wee hours of the morning, and making out without passing first base, and laughing and getting to know one another all over again had been so many things. Exhilarating, frustrating, but mostly they'd been blissful, and the slow simmer of their romance was all coming to fruition. And one thing was very clear to her. She wanted Nash Ryder. Forever. Calla just hoped he'd want the same thing once tonight was all said and done. Nash removed his hat and wiped the sweat from his brow, using it to shield his eyes from the glaringly hot sun, when he heard a car pull up along the dirt road leading to the stables. Denny Parks threw his long legs from his expensive Mercedes, slamming the ice-blue door shut and striding toward Nash, kicking up dust clouds with his pricey shoes. Fuck. Denny was slick and reeked of city dwelling. He was better off in Dallas or Houston, where there was plenty of concrete and glass to hide behind while he bought and sold failing companies. What the hell he wanted from Nash was a mystery. Other than Calla, Nash had nothing a guy like Denny wanted, unless it was an ass-stomping. "Nash," he drawled when he approached, starkly out of place in pressed pants and a silk shirt that clung to his thin frame in the heavy humidity. "Denny, what brings you to this neck of the woods? You looking to earn some extra cash getting your hands dirty while you muck some stables?" Denny postured, puffing his chest out in an attempt to be a man. "I'm looking to warn you." Nash stood up straighter, topping Denny by at least 2 inches. "Warn me? What could a guy like you warn me about, Parks? Falling stock prices? Corporate takeovers? Wait, I know. Shoes that cost more than most people make in a month and are way too shiny." "Calla." Nash's eyes narrowed and his chin lifted. There it was, all out on the table. Denny seemed to think because he was aware he had some unspoken right to Calla. The hell? "You're barking up the wrong tree, pal." But Denny stiffened, his angular jaw going tight. "She belongs with her own kind, Ryder." Nash barked a laugh, yanking his leather gloves off and shoving them in his back pocket. "You mean you." Denny took a step backward as Nash moved in closer. "I do." He scratched his head as if he was the very moron Denny thought he was. "Funny, but I thought it was up to Calla to decide who she wanted to be with. How'd you get a say in it?" "I'm just telling you the kind of trouble it could bring her with our council if she chooses to disobey pack law." Nash froze. He'd heard about the kind of shit Calla could get if the council disapproved of their relationship, but she didn't seem bothered by it when he'd brought it up. It wasn't like different species didn't couple up, but they didn't do it without a lot of grief. Werewolves were particularly picky about pack purity in breeding and any number of qualifiers in mating, very unlike witches and warlocks. Well then, I guess we'll deal with that when the time comes. And it would come. He wanted Calla more than he'd ever wanted any other woman, and he'd take on whatever counsel he had to in order to make it happen. No slick prick like Denny Parks was going to prevent it either. I could lodge a complaint with the council myself. Nash tightened a fist at his side to keep from ripping Denny's face off. He didn't much like being threatened. You could. I'm sure that'll have Calla running straight into your underdeveloped arms. Denny's face went red, and it wasn't from the heat. I'm just throwing it out there, for your own sake as well as Calla's. Nash put his Stetson back on his head and leaned into Denny, summoning all of his bless-your-heart charm his mother had instilled in him since he was a toddler. Why don't you hop back into your purty car before I let Biddy out of the pasture? Biddy? My bull hates the color blue. Damned funniest thing, too. Don't most bulls hate the color red, Den? But not Biddy. He hates blue. I'd sure hate to see your fancy car all crumpled up like a tin can, he warned, low and deep. Denny backed away, pulling his key fob from his pocket and beeping his car door open. As he slid inside, he shot one last parting warning. Better be careful, Ryder. Your magic can't save Calla if the council takes her to task. Nash turned his back to the roar of Denny's engine and grit his teeth as he strode up the dirt drive to the stables to water the horses. He'd waited a long time for tonight. He'd had more cold showers than a prison inmate in order to stick to he and Calla's deal, because he'd wanted her to know he didn't just want to fool around. He was damn well in love with her, all of her, and whatever it was she needed to talk about was something that left him puzzled. Maybe it was a deeper conversation about the council and the repercussions they could suffer. But that didn't sit right with him. Every once in a while, when Calla was watching TV with him, or she was working in her center's kitchen whipping up those melt-in-your-mouth cupcakes, and she didn't know he was watching, she had an almost haunted look in her beautiful blue eyes. He wanted to crush that haunted look, stamp it out as surely as he'd stomp out a campfire, and replace whatever she was sad about with only happiness. Ever since she'd come back to town, when he'd seen her lugging boxes up the stairs to the apartment she lived in with her grandfather above the senior center, her dark hair falling around her shoulders, the glisten of sweat on her forehead, her curvy bottom swaying and her firm breasts encased in a frilly lace top, he'd known. She'd just turned 18 when she'd left Paris for the last time that summer, and he was 5 years older. Though, even then, Nash had wanted her. But she was too young, and her life needed living before she made serious choices. So he'd never told her about all those feelings she evoked in him as they shared inner tubes in the creek and snuck bottles of beer from his father's fridge. But tonight, he would. He'd tell her before they made love for the first time. He'd tell her afterward, too. And he wasn't going to let her counsel, or a needle dick like Denny, screw that up. Chapter 3. VIC popped open the cheerfully colored stained glass door to Winnie's house, letting the scent of lavender and blissfully cool air flow out. Calla, Winnie said you'd be stopping by. Come on in. She motioned with a chubby hand for Calla to enter, her other hand gripping the beloved whistle hanging securely around her neck. The one she used to keep the children in line at Miss Marjorie's preschool for the magically inclined. Calla smiled at her, pulling one of her signature pink and purple swirl boxes from behind her back as she set Twyla Fay on the floor. Good to see you, Greta. I brought a little something for you. Greta's stern, round face lit up. You're killing me with these peanut butter Cap'n Crunch cupcakes, kiddo. Can't wear all those fancy clothes Winnie talked me into buying if I keep eating them. Calla headed to the long kitchen table, where several of the witches residing at the house were busy making dinner, and propped the box top open.
But they make you smile, and I love seeing you happy because I never want to make you and that whistle angry. You love seeing the competition for your hottie Nash Ryder blown out of the water while I get fatter eating these things is what you love. She groused with a chuckle before biting into the peanut butter cupcakes and sighing. I'm letting you have him out of the kindness of my heart because, honey, I've seen him stacking bales of hay without a shirt. Consider yourself lucky I don't take you out in your sleep. But your cupcakes fill the whole of my empty longing. Calla laughed, preening at the look on Greta's face as she took another bite of her cupcake. She loved to bake for her seniors. Baking for others brought her not just great pleasure, but peace. There was a very strict order to baking. Every ingredient had to be measured exactly, and when she'd worked for Reed, whose life was chaotic and noisy, baking had helped her find a modicum of control. It had begun as a hobby, until guests attending many of the dinner parties Reed hosted had convinced her that her grandmother Letty's recipes were something special. They became standards that all of Reed's important friends insisted upon when he hosted a gathering. Food was a universal language everyone spoke. How could anyone stay mad when you offered them a whimsical cupcake? It was her secret weapon, with even the crankiest of seniors who, in some cases, resented having someone babysitting them during the day while their families worked. I see you brought Twyla Fay. Should I warn Ichabod? Greta asked, preparing to put her infamous whistle to her lips. Twyla Fay had a bit of a crush on Winnie's familiar Ichabod, who was, of all things, a Cabbage Patch doll from her childhood, which made everything very weird. If TF had hair, she'd twirl it whenever the subject of Ichabod came up. Nah. I say we surprise him with his love muffin. Besides, Twyla Fay promised to keep her scales to herself like all good lizards should, didn't you? She slow blinked up at them, as though she had no idea what they were talking about. I'm only here to consult on Calla's dress hunt, and I resent any implication otherwise. Greta chuckled, peering down at the lizard. Is that a promise? Because the last time you said that, you tried to put a love spell on Nick, and we all remember how that ended, don't we? Twyla Fay sighed, a long, raspy sound. Oh, y'all, stop being so dramatic. It passed, didn't it? No gnomes were psychologically damaged in the making of that spell. Greta bent down and looked Twyla Fay in the eye. Only after Winnie broke the spell, you crazy, lust-mongering amphibian. It was the only way to pry Ichabod off that garden gnome in the backyard. He proposed marriage to it, Twyla Fay. Yet another reason, among many botched spells and their resulting mayhem, why her iguana just wasn't cut out to be a familiar. Twyla Fay didn't twitch when she said, Garden gnomes get lonely, too. I'll use the whistle, Greta threatened, her eyes amused. Calla stooped to pick up the lizard, stroking her back. You're a cruel taskmaster, Greta. But I'll personally vouch for Twyla Fay. If she misbehaves, I give you permission to bring her in for show and tell to the kids at Miss Marjorie's. And I'll even let little Percival Gibbons take her home overnight. Twyla Fay gasped, but Calla pressed a finger to her jaw to quiet her. So I'm just going to head up to Winnie's closet, okay? But Greta held up a pudgy finger. No. You didn't think stuffing my face full of these incredible cupcakes and distracting me with your scaly, back-talking familiar was going to keep me from grilling you, did you? They don't call me BIC for nothing. Calla made a comical, pouty face, jutting out her lower lip. But I brought cupcakes. To grease my wheels, no doubt. So not true. I just wanted to see your pretty face alight with joy at the prospect of sugar and multicolored sprinkles. Winifred said you'd deflect, but I just want you to know, before you go digging around in that closet of hers to find something fancy for the dance, Nash would be nuts about you if you wore a burlap sack and Crocs. I hope you know that. Tears stung her eyes, but she bit the inside of her cheek and forced a smile. Do you think burlap's my color? I think everything's your color. I'd beat the pretty out of you, but you werewolves have sharp teeth. Now, in all seriousness, you and Nash have a good time tonight. And if you need to talk, old Greta's always here." Clearly, she wasn't doing a very good job of hiding her emotions, if even Greta was offering an ear. Maybe Winnie had told her about her own suspicions regarding Calla. She and Greta were pretty close. But it didn't matter. After the cold, callous world of Boston, where everything centered around the egotistical Reed, if Winnie had confided in her ex-parole officer, it was just plain nice to have someone care enough about her to get upset on her behalf. She threw an arm around Greta's stout neck and squeezed it to keep those damn teardrops from falling, but her heart contracted with a sharp tug. The people of Paris had adopted her and made her their own just like they had her grandfather. "Thanks, BIC. You're really the best." Greta wrinkled her nose. Yeah. Also, I have a Benny riding on tonight. Don't screw this up." Calla let her head fall back on her shoulders when she laughed. "Even you're in the pool?" Greta batted her away, but not before pinching her cheeks. "Beer for a year's no damn joke. Now go on and get girlied up. I have parolees to keep in line." With a sniffle, Calla set Twyla Fay back on the floor and flew up the stairs, almost running right into Kirby. The witch held out her hands to slow Calla down, her pretty face with its evenly spaced features and clear skin alight with a warm smile. As the sun began to fade in the big windows behind her, it highlighted her auburn hair. "So, tonight's the big night, huh?" Calla rolled her eyes. "Don't you start too, Kirby Fisher," she teased. "I'm going to a dance, not an orgy." Kirby stared at her for a minute, one that felt unusually long, before she said, "I think you were smart not to rush into anything. Really knowing someone takes time. If you muddy the waters with sex, it clouds your judgment." Huh. No truer words. Right? Finally, someone who was on her side. Calla hooked her arm through Kirby's and took her down the wide hall to Winnie's bedroom. You'd think this was a NASCAR race, for hell's sake. Kirby's head bobbed up and down. "Even though I'm not allowed to drink on parole, I have to admit, I was still pretty disappointed I couldn't enter the raffle." "There are chicken wings, too," Calla added with a snicker she couldn't stop. Even though it was horrifying that people were betting on whether she and Nash had chosen tonight to be their night, it was still pretty funny. Kirby stopped her mid-step, her eyes wide. "Shut up! Chicken wings? OMG! I love Skeeter's chicken wings. I need to buy some raffle tickets before tonight," she teased. Calla pretended an irritated sigh and shook her head. "No more talk of brews and barn animals. Now, help me pick out something to wear that'll make Nash drool buckets." As they entered Winnie's bedroom, Calla spied Ichabod sitting on her friend's enormous bed. His plastic, round eyes stared blankly at the far wall, his stuffed body rigid. He certainly came off as creepy. But in fact, when Winnie waved her magic wand, giving him the ability to speak to someone aside from her, he was quite intelligent. When Winnie had found out about Twyla Fay, she'd helped Calla adjust to her adopted talking iguana. It had taken some getting used to, all this witch magic and talking Cabbage Patch dolls and sometimes talking animals here in Paris. But nowadays it was no big deal when Nash made his bull Biddy voice his thoughts, or when Ichabod sat with them while they all had a cup of tea with Winnie outside in the back, beside her amazing gardens. Calla reached over and chucked him under the chin just as Twyla Fay settled near her feet. "Hey, Ick. How's things?"
"Calla, good to see you."
He paused, then asked,
"Wait, do I smell lizard? Ah, hell no. Did you bring that crazy excuse of a purse with you? Because I'm warning you, werewolf. If she makes one wrong move, just one, and I end up on top of another garden gnome in a humiliating pose straight out of the pages of the Kama Sutra, at a tea party no less, I'll turn that nutbag into something that eats iguanas for dinner."
Yeah, that had been bad. Calla winced, remembering how the old order of witches from the Bluebonnet Society had found Ichabod riding that poor lifeless gnome, as though it were a wild mustang he was trying to break. Oh, come on, Ichabod. Can't we let bygones be bygones? She apologized. Didn't you, Twyla Fay? I'm sorry. Were y'all speaking to me? The purse, she drawled, lifting her little head and giving them her tail. You listen up, you three-eyed spastic wonder. Give me one little reason, and I'm going all snapped on you. Calla clapped her hands, then put a finger over Ichabod's unmoving lips. Okay, all familiars are hereby ordered to play nicely. Twyla Fay, off to your appropriate corner. She gave her a scoot with her hand, sending the lizard to the far end of Winnie's big bedroom. Now no more arguing. I'm here to find a dress. Behave, both of you. Ichabod cackled. So I heard. Around these parts, they say you need that dress for the big coital hootenanny with Nash tonight. Calla flopped on the edge of the bed, blowing her hair out of her face. Who in this town doesn't know about tonight? Not a soul. Well, maybe old Mrs. Corwin, but only by default because she's deaf. Though she did enter the beer for a year raffle, because beer. She eyed him with suspicion, still unclear about whether he could actually see her. Did you enter the raffle too, Ick? Don't be ridiculous. I can't drink or eat. But hand to the goddess if I could. You can bet your sweet, sweet back end I would. A glance at the bedside alarm clock told her she needed to get moving, but instead she lingered, her thoughts torn about her choice to wait until Nash tonight instead of before they ever made it to the bedroom. Nervous? Ichabod asked. She leaned in and whispered, Between you and me? Like I'm going somewhere fast in this condition? Calla laughed, pulling at the frayed hole in the thigh of her jeans. I feel like a coon cornered in a crawl space. Want to talk about why? To a Cabbage Patch doll? Nope. Ichabod clucked his unseen tongue. I know what you're thinking, Calla. Oh, that Ick. He's just a Cabbage Patch doll, or creepy doll, as I recall overhearing you say once or twice. But my advice is sound. Just ask Winnie. She shook off her nerves and smiled at him in apology. I'm sorry, Ick. I judged before I knew you. Can you ever forgive me? Ichabod sighed. Of course, and I get it. A talking doll is pretty Chucky-ish. And I don't doubt your advice is sound, not for a second. Winnie tells me all the time how sage you are. But there's really nothing to talk about. It's just first-time jitters, nothing more. Promise. Liar. Okie doke, then I'll just sit here with my mouth closed. Pun intended. But you make sure that wingnut lizard stays in her corner, or I'm opening a kiosk at the mall featuring her as some belts. Twyla Fay made a sniffing noise, but Calla gave her the eye, effectively quieting her again. Peering into the big walk-in closet where Kirby was sifting through Winnie's dresses, she decided it was now or never. Find anything good in there, Kirby? She asked, sliding off the bed to make her way across the floor. Kirby poked her head out and held up a black, slinky dress with a swirly skirt and tight sequined bodice. This is really pretty. It would look amazing against your fair skin and dark hair. Calla took it from her and held it up against her frame. The bodice would no doubt be too tight. It's very pretty, just not me. Mind if I squeeze in there and take a peek around? Kirby slipped past her and motioned her in. Winnie's closet was amazing. There were endless shelves of shoes, scarves, and purses. She had a dress in every color of the rainbow, and clearly she didn't mind wearing something revealing. But Calla pushed hangers around and sighed. Nothing was catching her eye. Nothing that made her think the one. Kirby leaned against the doorframe, her eyes following Calla. Have I ever told you how grateful I am to you? For not judging me? For letting me work at the senior center? Calla nodded and smiled. You have, and really, there's no need to thank me. We've all made mistakes. You're a very valuable employee and an awesome guinea pig. Who else would try my bacon and vanilla-flavored cupcakes without batting an eye but you? But Kirby's eyes became even more intense when she grabbed Calla's hand and held it tight. Are we friends? She cocked her head, confused. Where was this coming from? I'd like to think we are, Kirby. Is something bothering you? Do you want to talk? Kirby was a quiet soul who had a troubled past. Winnie was big on disclosure, and while she didn't break confidentiality about her parolee's crimes, she did give you some emotional background information on them on the off chance you needed to deal with the situation. But according to Winnie, Kirby was as nonviolent as a newborn kitten, and after she'd been imprisoned back in Salem, a model inmate. But then Kirby smiled, sweet and full of sunshine. Nah, I'm fine. Just feeling maudlin and missing home, I guess. And then her attention turned to the far corner of Winnie's closet. Oh, what about that one? Calla's eyes swung toward the direction of Kirby's finger. Pink? Well, it is your favorite color, isn't it? You did paint an entire physical therapy room pink. Seems like a good choice to me. True that, she said, reaching for the hanger and slipping the dress from it. She wandered out into the bedroom, where Winnie had a full-length mirror, and held it up. It was a wraparound with a tie belt, simple and without any fancy adornments. Definitely not the slinkiest dress her friend owned, but something about the way the fabric swished at her knees made her consider it as a candidate. Try it on, Kirby encouraged, pointing to the interior of the closet. Did you find one, Calla? Ichabod asked. She closed the closet door, kicked off her sandals, and then shrugged out of her jeans. We'll see. As she pulled off her tank top, she let it drop to the floor and closed her eyes. Breathe, Calla, just breathe. She readjusted her bra, pulling the dress over her head, loving the slink of the material down along her hips. She gave one last glance to the neckline and kept her fingers crossed. Sexy, but not desperate, and not too revealing. Popping the closet door open, she headed for the mirror again, stopping a couple of feet away from it. Both Kirby and Ichabod let out appreciative whistles. Nice, Kirby murmured. Yeah, definitely your color, Calla. You look amazing, Ichabod said. You'll have all the boys in the yard wanting that milkshake, Twyla Faye said with approval. You think? She smoothed her hands over her waist, pivoting on her toes. The dress fell to just below her knee, accentuating her long calves. The belt, tied at the side, made her waist appear much smaller than it really was, despite her 2-mile jogs every morning. It hugged her breasts without exposing them as a suggestion rather than a blatant statement. She felt sexy, provocative, confident. All things she hadn't felt in a long time. I think this is it, she mumbled, more to herself than anyone else. Kirby came up behind her and squeezed her shoulders, giving her the warmest smile Calla had seen to date. You look beautiful, Calla, really beautiful. Calla patted her hand. She'd needed to hear that. Sucking in a deep breath, she grinned, not nearly as nervous as she'd been. There was an ember of anticipation in the pit of her stomach, and the longer she looked at her image in the mirror, the hotter that ember began to glow. You think Nash will like it? Kirby scoffed and planted her hands on her hips. He'd be a damn fool not to. Then this is the one, she said, her excitement growing, her belly battling a band of butterflies. Nash Ryder had better prepare to have his socks rocked right off his feet. Chapter 4. Ezra wolf-whistled from his place on his favorite recliner as she strolled out into the living room of the apartment she shared with him. Ain't you something? Twyla Faye sat contentedly in his lap, her eyes closed as she lifted her face toward the end table, where a heat lamp sat that Ezra had bought. Calla grinned. She definitely felt like something. Sexy and flirty and so alive. She gave a gentle tug to Ezra's beard. Oh, stop. You have to say that because you're related to me. It's in the rules. He rustled the newspaper he was reading before setting it down on the end table. I do not. I never say it to your cousin Mort. He's ugly. Told him so on the phone just the other day. Calla giggled as she stashed things away in her purse. Mort wasn't ugly. He was just big and awkward, and her grandfather adored him.
Leave Mort alone, Gramps. He's a good guy. A good ugly guy, with feet the size of warships. Not nearly as pretty as you. Twyla Fay, what do you think? Do you approve? She twirled, luxuriating in the fabric rustling against the tops of her knees. Do purses and belts get the right of approval? Calla snorted and ran a hand over the lizard's spiny back to soothe her bruised ego. Oh, stop grudging over Ichabod. Besides, I never think purse when I think of you. I definitely go with shoes. Twyla Fay gasped, her head swiveling in Calla's direction. You cut me to the quick. It's like I have no feelings at all. And after all my love and undying devotion. Define undying devotion, lizard. Does undying devotion entail you flirting with Nash? No fair. He's hot, Calla. Thinking about it now, given the chance, I'd turn you into a sign on the turnpike if I thought I had a chance at him. But he only has eyes for you. And if you could get the sign correct, she teased. Twyla Fay gave Calla her back. One gnome gone wrong, and it's like I turned the Maldives into a dollar store. Much ado about nothing. Calla chuckled and pressed a kiss to her fingers, dropping it on Twyla Fay's head. Behave while I'm gone, and don't wait up for me. Taking a deep breath, she snapped her purse shut and turned to Ezra. You about ready? Ezra rose and stretched before smoothing his hands over his best pair of trousers. Question is, are you? She rolled her eyes. She was absolutely not talking the big sex divas with her grandfather. They were pretty close, but that was one subject she'd never be able to comfortably discuss with him. Grandpa. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace, the warmth of his sweater vest tickling her chin as he hugged her. He smelled of all the good things from her childhood. Pancakes with thick maple syrup, hickory from the smoker he used to smoke bacon, and Old Spice. His favorite, if utterly outdated, cologne. That's not what I mean, and you know it, young lady. I'm just teasing you to tease you about the other stuff. That's none of this old geezer's business. So you didn't really buy raffle tickets for the Beer for a Year contest? Oh, no, I did that. I bought 8, and I put Twyla Fay's name in the pool, too. He blustered before he grinned. I meant, are you ready to let go? Trust. Nash is a good guy, Calla Lily. Strong, dependable, nice to us golden oldies around town. Can't do better than Nash. Calla peered up at him, watching his blue eyes twinkle, the corners of them lined with crow's feet, and she knew he was remembering her grandmother Letty. Theirs had been a marriage for the ages, literally. She'd learned everything she ever wanted in a relationship from them. Old? You? You're about as old as a 5th grader. Placing her hands on his shoulders, she pecked him on the cheek. She was beyond grateful her grandfather had agreed, at her urging, to let the witches of Paris buy his building when he'd planned to sell it after closing the doors of his butcher shop, allowing her a new career opportunity. Hallow Moon had been her brainchild after discovering some of the senior witches and warlocks in town could be hard to handle. And downright mischievous. That they needed a place to spend their days to keep their minds active had become evident upon her initial return to Texas. As the old order grew older, families were finding it difficult to find caregivers privy to their supernatural status in Paris. In fact, it was virtually impossible, and hiring a human was out of the question when it came to magic wand mishaps. The risk of discovery was too great. But after one of her favorite seniors ever, Clive Stillwater, had set a car on fire with a misaimed flick of his finger, everyone agreed old Clive needed a watchful eye. As she'd licked her wounds over her bag of Dick's ex-boss, she'd found a much-needed distraction keeping track of Clive and his gang of miscreants while his granddaughter was at work. And that's when her idea to open a senior center had begun. The elders of the Council of Witches paid her well to manage the center, and she'd grown to love her band of curmudgeons, as well as her employees from Winnie and Ben's halfway house. So many good things had happened since she'd come back to Texas. She just had one more hurdle, and it would be perfect. Ezra chucked her under the chin. Quit joking around about my mental age in order to avoid the subject. I just want you to finally be happy with a decent fella, like I was with your Grandma Letty."
She and Ezra had a bond she didn't even share with her parents, and the chance to dote on him for more than just a summer had been too good to pass up. They made great roommates and even greater bingo partners. Ezra accepted her as is, loved her in the unconditional way her parents just couldn't seem to manage, and she'd never forget that. "I have you. I don't need any other fellas. Now come on, old man, before all the soft food is gone and you have to fight Agnes Wheeler for the last bowl of Jell-O." Ezra guffawed, holding out his arm to her.
"She might have won that round last spring dance, but I'd like to see Krabby Patty take me down when it comes to the tapioca. I don't care how many threats she lobs at me about frog eyes and moth wings. I shall not be defeated."
Calla pulled him out the door and toward the steps leading out of the building. "You play nice, buddy. I hear Agnes Wheeler wields a mean, unforgiving wand." Stopping, Ezra looked down at her, running his finger along the bridge of her nose, just like he used to when she was little.
"I love you, Cupcake. You know that, right? No matter what, always, always, forever, forever."
She fought a rush of tears. If she never had anything or anyone else, she had Ezra. "Always, always, forever, forever," she repeated, her throat tight, before pulling him down the steps and heading off toward the VFW hall. "Wow," Nash murmured when she met him at the front of the hall. Yeah, wow. She really felt wow. All while she'd gotten ready, taking her time applying her makeup, curling her hair, she'd anticipated putting the dress back on. When she'd slipped it on again, her troubles, her fears almost totally melted away. They'd become a distant, hazy memory. Pairing the dress with some cute, open-toed black heels, she'd felt about as close to euphoric as she ever had.
"That's what I like to hear,"
Ezra said cheerfully, clapping Nash on his broad back.
"Now, you two, I'm out. Agnes is in for a big surprise when she finds out her old Jell-O nemesis is on the hunt. Be good to my girl, or you'll have me to reckon with."
Nash smiled down at her grandfather and offered him a hand.
"You be kind to Agnes, Ezra. You know how she feels about her Jell-O. Besides, you'll probably be too busy chasing Greta and her hot new whistle."
Ezra's eyes lit up, his tufts of white hair glowing around his tanned face.
"Is she inside?"
Nash nodded, his black Stetson tipping downward, making him look rakish and even sexier than he already was.
"She is. And she looks pretty good tonight, Ezra. All dressed up like the prom queen."
"Woohoo!" he shouted, doing a little dance before he winked at Calla.
"Gotta run, kids. I won't leave the midnight oil burning for you, Calla."
Nash's chuckle rumbled in her ears as Ezra dove through the doors to the dance.
"I sure hope I'm as spry as he is when I'm... How old is he again?"
306.5. Her grandfather was nothing if not feisty, flirtatious, and always up for a little skirt chasing. It had taken him a long time to get over her Grandma Letty's tragic and unexpected passing 50 years ago, after she'd been killed during a full moon run by poachers, but he was coming around these days. Nash nodded, pulling her close.
"Right. I hope I still have that kind of game when I'm even half that age."
"Your game is right on target," she said, a little breathless now that she was able to take in all of him. He wore a pair of jeans, tight-fitting and black, to match his hat. His crisp white T-shirt, coupled with a black sports coat, enhanced his muscles in all the right places. He held her at arm's length, sweeping her frame with an appraising glance.
"Forget me. Look at you. You look beautiful tonight. Really beautiful."
Standing on tiptoe, she planted a kiss on his lips, lingering for a moment when he skimmed his tongue against hers. "You like?"
"I like it so much I propose we skip the dance,"
he joked, in his gruff, rumbly tone, slipping an arm around her waist and pulling her close again. She leaned back in his arms and shook a finger at him. "You're not getting out of a two-step, buddy. Besides, I hear they have corn dogs. We both know how you feel about corn dogs." He let his arm fall from her waist, his eyes amused.
"Oh, in that case, forget it. Get a move on, slowpoke. Better hurry before Howie Henderson eats 'em all. Damn warlock eats like he's never had a meal.
Calla giggled, following him inside the hall where laughter tinkled and music played. The hall looked incredible. Small globe lights hung from the ceiling, giving the enormous room a dreamy glowing effect. Stacks of hail bays with freshly carved pumpkins on top of them lined the walls. Bowls of orange and yellow punch were on the serving tables, along with trays and trays of food. Miniature fall leaves fluttered to the dance floor via a machine that shot them into the air, creating a swirl of fall ambiance. Daphne squealed from behind, tugging the skirt on Calla's dress. "You look fantastic! I'm so glad you're here." She pulled Calla in for a hug before setting her away from her and whistling. "That dress makes you almost glow. It's perfect." Calla blushed. Daphne was gorgeous and blonde, and had a figure she'd consider killing her for if she wasn't so warm and friendly. She always had a kind word, and her husband, Fate, wasn't too hard to look at either. Nash tipped his Stetson at her and grinned that delicious grin that made Calla's toes curl.
Daphne, Fate. Good to see you two out and about. Miss Daphne, you look mighty pretty tonight. Fate's a lucky man.
Daphne fanned herself with a cocktail napkin and grinned. "How do you feel about cowboy hats, honey?" she asked her husband. Fate reached over his wife's petite frame and took Calla's hand, giving it a squeeze.
"After all this time, it's nice to finally meet the woman who added 10 pounds to my scale," he said in a teasing tone.
But then he pulled away as though touching her were distasteful. The moment was brief, but it was there before he masterfully hid it behind a weak lift of his lips. Huh. Calla fixed a smile on her face anyway, brushing off the odd first impression. Maybe Fate was just having a bad day. When you were responsible for everyone's future, it had to take its toll. "Nice to meet you, too. Daphne told me your preference is the orange marmalade." He pointed a finger to his stomach, his expression back to light and easy.
"Ate every last one of the 6 she brought home. You have a gift, Calla Allen. You done good, Ryder."
Fate slapped Nash on the back and chuckled. Daphne shooed them with a flash of her ringed fingers. "So we're going to let you two go, mingle. Come on, good-looking. You owe me a little dirty dancing." Fate wiggled his brows at his wife.
"Will I always live in Patrick Swayze's shadow, my love?"
he asked on a laugh, before grabbing Daphne's hand and twirling her toward the dance floor. Nash pulled her close as they watched the couple melt into the crowd.
"So, can I interest you in a corn dog, pretty lady?"
Calla laughed. Duh. Spinning her away from him, he led her out to the dance floor, where he paused and cocked his head as the music changed.
"Is that our song? Huh. Funny, that."
Calla's heart constricted in her chest that he'd remembered. They'd been stargazing in the bed of his truck on his vast acreage one night after a picnic dinner. Nash had forgotten to buy some wine to go along with their meal, so she'd grabbed what Ezra had in the fridge, not realizing it was cheap strawberry wine until Nash opened it. As they talked and laughed and became reacquainted with the lives they led now, ironically, strawberry wine came on the radio and he'd asked her to dance. Right there in the middle of one of his pastures, under a batch of twinkling stars the size of saucers. It was the moment she knew she wanted Nash. It was the moment he'd confessed that, long ago, he'd wanted to ask her to the end of summer fling, but he'd stopped himself from divulging how he felt in order to let her go off to college. But tonight, as the words to the chorus began their melancholy tune, like strawberry wine and 17, a hot July moon, he repeated the very words he'd spoken that night in the pasture.
"Would you do me the honor of dancing that dance I was damn stupid not to ask for 11 years ago?"
Her eyes filled with tears when she held out her hand, and he drew her close. The subtle shudder of his chest against hers, the heat of their bodies when their hands connected, and he swept her off into a slow waltz, made her stomach flutter with anticipation. She didn't hold her head in typical waltz pose. Instead, she let it rest on his shoulder and closed her eyes, inhaling his scent woodsy and fresh, absorbing his strength. This thing between she and Nash was real, rich in texture, deeper, layered, more than any relationship she'd ever had to date. This was the moment Winnie had described to Calla when she talked about her husband Ben. This was knowing exactly what you wanted. This was accepting someone else without reservation, faults and all. This was unconditional, passionate, mature. This was love. Chapter 5. Nash filled her wine glass, the clear liquid illuminated by the candles he'd lit by the dozen all over his house, their flickering glow turning his great room into a soft haze of muted colors. They'd left the dance shortly after their song was over, sneaking out, if one could sneak in Paris, to hop in his truck and make the drive back to Nash's ranch. The ride was softly quiet, a cooler breeze blowing in from the windows he'd left cracked, pushing her hair about her face. The dashboard lights had highlighted his strong jaw and wide hands, one of which he'd entwined with hers as she sat beside him on the bench seat. They'd slid from the truck without words, both lost in the magic they'd discovered with one another. What she loved most about Nash was words weren't always necessary. He knew her by her expressions, by her body language. She knew his, too. Knew how frustrating this wait had been for both of them. Tonight his body said a million things, one of which was, "Be my lover, finally, after all this time." She took the wine from him and smiled, still waiting for her nerves to kick into overdrive. Yet she was calm, ready as she settled onto his couch. She loved this room, a room he called the Great Room, chock full of black and white pictures of his parents, now retired in Florida, and his brothers, one still in college, and the other a financial advisor in Dallas. An entire wall above the stone fireplace was dedicated to his parents and siblings, a family that supported him always, through Skype, phone calls, and Facebook posts. It was one of the things she loved most about him, his sense of family. Their imprint was everywhere in this room, one that had once been his parents' home. He'd updated it, added touches that were all Nash, like a weathered saddle, the one his father had used when he was growing up, now mounted on the wall over the hall entryway. Warm hardwood threaded throughout the adjoining kitchen, where shiny appliances and copper pots hung above a reclaimed wood island. Sinking down beside her on his overstuffed couch, Nash said, "So, I guess let's get naked now would be totally unromantic." Calla ran her finger over the rim of her glass and giggled. "Nah, you've been a good egg about this, cowboy." Nash ran his thumb along her lower lip before pushing her hair back over her shoulder. "It was my choice, too, Calla. I've waited a long time for this. I wanted it to be right." "Me too," she whispered, without a single hitch in her voice, smoothing a hand over the dress. "So, you want to talk about what you mentioned earlier today? You know, before we see each other's stuff?" he asked with a grin, removing his Stetson and dropping it on the long buffet table just behind the sofa. It was now or never. Still, she didn't experience even a shred of panic as she took his glass and set it on the end table nearest Nash and Rose, pulling him up along with her and making the walk down the long hall to his bedroom, a thrill of anticipation racing along her spine. To her surprise, it was dark, but the moment they entered, Nash snapped his fingers, creating a warm tropical breeze and a beachfront scene in a wide set of windows. Waves lapped at the white sandy shore, gentle and soothing. A palm tree swayed beneath the buttery moon. It was one of the illusions Nash was so good at creating, and her heart skipped a beat that he'd remembered how much she missed the ocean. "Oh," she murmured her pleasure, smiling up at him. He didn't use his magic often. It was technically reserved for extreme circumstances, making his efforts even more special. Warlocks have their advantages. He chuckled, a deep, sexy sound to her ears, filling them with everything Nash. "I know how much you miss water since you left Boston. I thought I'd surprise you." he whispered against her ear from behind, circling her waist and pulling her against the shelter of his chest. Calla leaned into him and sighed as his hands roamed over her hips and down along her thighs, humming her pleasure at the instant response he evoked between her legs. As Nash began to move upward, his hands settled just under her breasts, and that was when she turned in his arms and looked up at him. So, that talk. Dipping his head, he captured her lips, sliding his tongue between them, sipping at her mouth, sending wave upon wave of heat throughout her limbs. His cock was rigid against her, straining beneath his jeans. All ears. Forcing herself out of his arms, she grabbed his strong hands and gave them a squeeze before she let go and took a couple of steps back, swallowing hard. I'm just going to show you, but I want you to listen very carefully to me, Nash. If you're upset at all, even a little, please be honest. And if you can't say anything at all, I'll take your silence for an answer and leave, and we don't ever have to speak again. He'd removed his blazer and dropped it on the floor, leaving only the tight stretch of his white t-shirt across his pecs as he crossed his arms over them. His eyes, so deep and blue, grew concerned. Okay, now you're worrying me. Never speak again. That's insane. Are you going to shift? Because I already told you, I don't care what you look like in shift, Calla. I've seen werewolves before. Licking her lips, she took a deep breath, her chest expanding. No, it's more. It's something else. With that, she pulled the tie on her belt and let the most amazing dress she'd ever worn slip to the floor, leaving only her bra, panties, and heels. Nash hissed his pleasure, a pleasure so obvious his eyes darkened in response, but he remained quiet, as she'd requested. The moment the dress hit the floor was the moment her confidence followed right behind it. Her shoulders deflated, and her stomach rolled. Calla? Oh, God, what had she been thinking? This was a mistake. She should have told him before doing this bizarre version of show and tell. No. She'd done that before, and it had exploded in her face. Seeing was so much different than hearing the words. You must do this, Calla. You can't go on denying yourself and Nash the level of intimacy you both so desperately want. Sex is part of every healthy relationship, and you need to know if this is something Nash can handle, because if it's not, you're moving on faster than you can say yee-haw. Kicking off her shoes, Calla unsnapped the front closure on her bra and let it fall open, the soft gel prosthetic in the left cup dropping to the floor. Instantly, her hands went to protect, to cover the space where she should have a breast. But then Nash was there, gripping her wrists and holding her arms away from her body. He looked down at her, examining every square inch of her exposed flesh until she thought she would crumble at his feet, until her limbs shook and her heart throbbed hard against her ribs. And then Nash looked into her eyes, searching them, reading her emotions, letting her hands go in favor of wiping the single tear dripping from the corner. Calla held her breath as she tried to hold his gaze. She wasn't ashamed of her deformity, for lack of a better word. She wasn't even ashamed that her pack considered her inferior. She was ashamed that anyone considered her body less than. That, for its lack of proportion, it deserved more critical attention than her brain or her heart. She was ashamed that she had once thought those same things too, that she'd allowed anyone to crawl inside her head and twist her sense of self. But she wasn't ashamed anymore. And even the small niggle of fear Nash would reject her, would find her repulsive, didn't keep her from standing up straighter and wiping those thoughts from her mind. This was who she was. But it wasn't all she was. If Nash turned her away, it was on him. She was more than a missing piece of flesh. This is what's been troubling you all this time. Her mouth went dry at his astonishment. I was born this way. And I can't have a surgical implant because the silicone and my shifts would never mesh, she blurted. And? He'd caught her off guard, knocking the wind out of her sails. She'd expected surprise, anticipated disgust, maybe even a bit of fear, but he gave off none of those things. And what?
And so what?
Relief in all its knee-melting, limp-limbed glory washed over her. You don't care? His eyes flashed brilliant colors under the moon he'd created. His jaw was tight and clenched.
I care about you, Calla. You. Your heart. Your mind. The way you treat the people of this town. The way you baked cupcakes for old man Patterson's birthday because his son was stuck in Hong Kong on business. I care about your strong ties to your grandfather, your loyalty to your friends, the wall full of pictures you encourage the kids to color for you at the center. The way you patiently tell Gus he absolutely cannot look up your skirt without breaking a sweat. I won't say your body isn't a big part of your appeal, and I won't tell you that part of that is the way you fill out a pair of jeans, because I'd be lying. I'm insanely attracted to you. But that attraction has many, many layers, Calla, only one of which is your body.
Calla gulped, speechless. She'd only had a few lovers in her rather long lifetime, and while a couple truly hadn't cared about her breast, they hadn't cared about her, either. Not the way Nash did. So it hadn't mattered if they'd accepted her in her entirety, because she hadn't wanted them for forever.
Do you hear me, Calla? If this is part of the reason you've held off making love with me, then we have no reasons left not to, do we? Because I don't care.
He repeated, sliding the straps of her bra over her shoulders and down along her arms until she was almost entirely naked. Another tear slipped from her eye, but Nash wiped it away with his calloused thumb.
I love you, Calla Allen. You could have no breasts, 2 heads, 3 eyeballs, and I'd still love you.
That's a lot of eyeballs. He rolled his eyes and laughed down at her.
And a lot of mascara I'd have to wait for you to put on before we go out to dinner. But not my point. Do you hear me? I love you. Now say it back, so we can break out the condoms and the lube and get this party started.
Letting her head fall back on her shoulder, she laughed, forgetting she was almost naked, forgetting everything but the idea of seeing Nash just as naked. Rising up on tiptoe, she cupped his hard jaw, her fingertips smoothing over the stubble. First, we don't really need birth control. I'll explain the mating cycle of a werewolf later, but bring on the birth control and KY anyway, because who says no to lube? Oh, and I love you too, Nash Ryder. And that was all either of them needed to say. She pulled him to her then, lifting the edges of his t-shirt and driving it up over his head. Her heart crashed in her breast at the sight of his bare chest, smooth with only a sprinkle of dark hair between his pecs. He was strong from long days working the ranch, his abs so defined they almost didn't look real. Her fingers went to the smooth expanse of skin stretched tight over the rippled plains, reveling in the heat under her palms when she skimmed them over his dusky nipples. Nash groaned his pleasure when her hands surfed down his abdomen to the wide buckle of his belt and tugged it open. Her mouth watered when she popped the button and unzipped the zipper, dragging both his pants and his boxer briefs over his hips. Nash kicked off his boots, leaving him with nothing but his black socks. Calla's breath hitched in her throat when she looked down. His thighs, heavily muscled, flexed and bulged. His cock stood rigid and thick, pushing upward. The air in the room grew still despite the warm breeze he'd created. She'd never seen a man as beautiful as Nash Ryder. Every inch of him, from his gruff, chiseled face to the lean cut of his hip bones, was bronzed, lickable. He wiggled a finger between them at her lace panties.
Ahem. Those have to go. Take them off before I tear them off, and that would be a shame because they're pretty dang hot.
His approving eyes on her, intense and amused at the same time, left her feeling alive, sexy. So she shimmied the pink lace scrap down over her hips and to her feet in a flirtatious manner.
So, the rumor about Miss Dottie's is true,
he said, his voice tight and thick, the muscles of his neck working. Calla smiled, planting her hands on her hips. I guess it is, she responded teasingly, her heart crashing against her ribs, heat pooling between her thighs. Nash wiggled his finger at the spot on the floor directly in front of him, his grin rakish. Here. Now. Calla closed the space between them until they were but an inch apart, and then Nash hauled her into his arms, molding her to him, their flesh meeting for the first time, making them both groan into each other's mouths. She saw stars when his tongue dipped between her lips, stroking hers as his hands roamed over her back and down along the cheeks of her ass. Strong, calloused, skilled, his fingers teased her, avoiding the space between her legs until she wanted to beg him to touch her. Nash walked her backward toward the bed until the mattress hit the backs of her knees, and she was sitting on the cool comforter. Placing himself between her thighs, he knelt before her and slid her bottom to the edge of the bed. Her hands instantly wove through his thick hair, loving the feel of the silky strands threading through her fingers. Nuzzling her chin, Nash moved along her jaw to her earlobe and whispered, I can't believe how beautiful you are, before he wrapped his hand around the length of her hair and tilted her head back until her neck and spine arched in unison. Spread your legs, Calla, he ordered husky and low, as his tongue wisped over the length of her neck and over her collarbone. She was vulnerable in this position, her soul as naked as her body. Yet there was no hesitation, no fear. He nipped at her skin, setting it on fire with each rasp of his tongue. Nearing her breast, Nash leaned into her, letting his head rest against her chest. Her unconscious impulse was to pull him away when she stiffened, but Nash kept a firm grip on her hair. Don't ever hide from me, Calla. Her shoulders sagged, and as he let her hair go, and her head lifted, she glanced down at him. His face nestled at her chest. The stark contrast of pale skin and his dark hair made her stomach clench, her heart twist and shudder. Then he took his first swipe of her tight nipple, making her forget everything but the heat of his tongue, the white-hot need settling between her legs. Nash cupped her breast, rolling his thumb over her peaked nipple, chasing that thumb with his mouth until her hips bucked upward at the raw, achy pleasure he was evoking. Calla's hand went to his head again, keeping him close, savoring the scent of his arousal, the hard press of his body against hers. Splaying his hand over her belly, he gave her a gentle nudge, pushing her to her back and spreading her legs wide. He hooked her knees over his broad shoulders, dropping kisses along her inner thighs, making her squirm with anticipation. Her mouth was dry, her senses keen when he spread her wet flesh and took his first stroke to her clit. Her hips bounced upward in response to the wicked feel of his tongue on the most intimate part of her body. Her chest went tight as she gripped the comforter with hard fists. Nash hummed approval against her, stroking, licking, tasting before sliding a finger deeply within her, thrusting, pushing against her body. Her pulse raced as hot flames licked at her veins, a swirling vortex of desperate need building until Calla thought her eyes would roll to the back of her head. She almost came. The pleasure was so deep. But he withdrew, sensing the tightening of her body, making her cry out when he removed his finger, soothing her with his hands as he ran them over her thighs. Her body shuddered, trembled with a need so sharp she wanted to scream at him to finish her off, make her come until she was wrung dry, but Nash was determined to keep her on that ledge. Nash began to stroke her throbbing clit again in long, slow swipes, slipping his hand beneath her ass and pressing his mouth flush to her. Flashes of brilliant color flitted behind her eyelids. Her thighs clenched and tightened when she reared up against the silky press of his lips, suspended for a moment before she nose-dived into her orgasm. Shivers of delight coursed through her body as she thrust against Nash's mouth, rode his tongue, dug her heels into his strong back, rocking against him. Her breath exploded with a gasp, a hissing attempt to pull air into her lungs while her hips fell back to the bed, and she struggled to regain balance while the world tilted sideways. Nash slid up her body, letting it graze every part of her flesh, damp from sweat. He covered her frame with his and sunk into her. Their bodies touched at every point. Their breathing mingled. Their skin rubbed with delicious friction. Slipping a hand between them, she reached for his cock, thick, rock hard, and wrapped her hand around it. Her first stroke made him buck forward into the cavern of her hand, hiss a groan of pleasure, but then he was brushing her away. Cradling her face with his hands, he murmured against her lips, "I'll never last, honey. I've waited a long time for this. I don't want to wait any longer." Calla's heart fisted and shuddered with pleasure. Without a word, she wrapped her legs around his waist and hooked her ankles together in agreement. Wrapping his elbow at the bend of her knee, he lifted her leg high and poised at her entrance. Her hips bucked in response as she writhed beneath him, luxuriating in his raw strength, loving the feel of his heavy weight on top of her. And then he was thrusting upward, stretching her, filling her, his shaft hot and pulsing. Calla cried out, gripping his shoulders with her hands and raising the lower half of her body until Nash was deeply embedded inside her. His slick thrusts made her dig her nails into his back, grind against him until her head swam, and that tendril of white-hot heat bloomed into a raging fire, a quest for fulfillment. Neither of them denied the rush of climax. It happened suddenly and simultaneously, each of them lost in the wonder of this pleasure they'd found with one another. Nash's low groan tickled her ear, the flex and release of his muscles matching her own as they sought their final release, together. Calla's breathing wheezed from her lungs as she gasped for air, while Nash smoothed her hair, damp from perspiration, on her forehead. Raising himself up on his elbows, he gazed down into her eyes. "You, Miss Cupcake Maker, were totally worth the wait." She giggled beneath him, sighing into his mouth when he took her lips and gave her a quick kiss. "Just you remember that, cowboy," she teased, content and so happy her toes tingled. "What just happened here is something I'll never forget." Snuggling beneath him, she let Nash roll her to her side, tucking her back close to his chest. He nipped her shoulder and whispered, "Stay the night." "Like you could get rid of me." "Will Ezra and Twyla Faye worry?" She loved that about Nash. He was always thinking of everyone around him. "Are you kidding? If I'd let him, he would have bought a subscription for the Condom of the Month Club after our first date. You have Gramps' seal of approval." Sliding his hand over her ass and slipping it between her legs, Nash chuckled, the deep rumble penetrating her back. "Phew. He's a tough old codger to impress. Glad to have passed inspection." "Enough talk, cowboy. There are raffles and pools all over Paris tonight betting on whether we're making each other's eyeballs roll. You better get to the business at hand, or suffer the humiliation when I tell everyone we only did it once." Cupping her breast, he moaned a laugh when she arched her back against him, his cock rigid again. "I'm a little crazy about you. You know that, Cupcake Lady." Leaning into his hand with a soft purr, she smiled. She knew. She really did. Chapter 6. Reaching upward, Calla stretched her arms, numb from sleeping in the same position all night long, in Nash's strong embrace. A warm thrill shot through her when she remembered last night, and not just their incredible lovemaking, but how well loved she felt once she'd revealed everything to him. How secure and sexy he'd left her feeling made her smile just before she yawned. She knew she should get up and see if Nash had some toothpaste she could scrub on her teeth with her finger, but his strong body, still in sleep, kept her in the bed. She forced the small niggle of regret that she'd put Nash on the spot the way she had out of her head. It was the only way she'd felt comfortable enough to do it, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Her last encounter had been horrible. Turned out, Reed claiming he understood what he'd see versus actually seeing it was just cheap talk. It had been humiliating entering an encounter with anticipation, only to find herself shunned and rejected. Going into last night, Calla had opted to show rather than tell, rolling the dice and gambling that Nash would love her anyway. She took a deep breath and sighed a happy sigh at how right she'd been. Calla peered over at him. He rested on his side, the morning sun peeking through the illusion he'd created last night, giving his skin a glow. She rolled to her side, too, admiring how beautifully sculpted he was, with his long lashes sweeping across his cheek and his thick dark hair tousled from sleep. Inching closer, she ran the palm of her hand over his chest, reveling in the heat of his skin. Moving in, she brushed her lips against his nipple, making him stir. He groaned and shifted, catching her hand in his. Then he stilled, becoming almost frozen in place. Which was odd. But she didn't let that deter her. Maybe he just wasn't a morning person. She had plans to fix that as she scooted beneath the covers. Until he roared, "Who the hell are you?" from above her, before leaping from the bed, his feet hitting the hardwood with a solid thud. Calla sat up in surprise, forgetting to take the sheet with her, but then she giggled. Nash was always joking around. Holding out her hand, she summoned him. "Very funny, cowboy. Finally get me into bed and suddenly you can't remember my name? A likely story." He whirled around, locating a blanket tossed on the floor, then scooping it up to wrap around his waist, his eyes wild and angry. Angry? Her nostrils flared. He was red-hot pissed off. It rolled off him in waves, vibrating the stifling air. His eyes narrowed at her. "I said, who the fuck are you, and why the hell are you in my damn bed?" The cord of muscles along his neck strained against his skin. His question rang hard in Calla's ears, making her cock her head. "You're joking, right?" Of course he was joking. Ha-ha. Nash's eyes scanned the landscape of the room, noting her dress and underthings on the floor. He began furiously picking up her clothing, lobbing it on the bed. When he came to her prosthetic, he fumbled. It slipped from his fingers like a fumbled football before he caught it again and held it in his hand as though he'd just picked up droppings from Biddy with unprotected fingers. Staring down at it, then looking to her. "What the hell is this?" Okay, now he'd gone too far. This was no longer funny. It was almost cruel. She didn't know who this man was. Was he having some sort of blackout? A brain malfunction? Sliding from the bed, she pointed to her chest. "You know damn well what that is. It's my prosthetic. You know, because I'm the one-boobed wonder?" For a brief moment, the fury of his tight face relaxed. He dropped the prosthetic on the bed, the gel misshapen from his clutch on it. "I'm sorry. That was insensitive." Damn right it was insensitive. This isn't funny anymore, Nash. Planting his hands on his hips, his blue eyes fiery, he pointed to the bedroom door. "Look, lady, I don't know who in the bloody blazes you are, or why the hell your clothes are all over my floor, or even why you're naked in my bed, but you need to get dressed and get the hell out of here. Now!" He yelled so loud Calla felt it in her bones. Tears stung her eyes, salty and bitter. What the hell was going on? "Did you just say you don't know who I am?" His lips, so often tilted upward in a warm smile, thinned to a tight line. "I've never seen you before in my life, and if this is some kind of joke, if you've drugged me or whatever, I'll take you to the witch council and see to it you end up in jail if you don't get out of my damn house in the time it takes me to count to 10. "Drugged?" she muttered, her knees trembling. "You tell me," he responded with scathing sarcasm, pointing to the rumpled bed. "Apparently you were in charge of this rodeo." Calla's mouth fell open, her throat going tight. He was serious. Deadly so. She'd only seen him angry once or twice, and it had been over Denny's advances toward her. But it wasn't even close to the rage she smelled on him now. His large body literally shook with it, the muscles in his arms tense, his stance defensive. Pulling the sheet to her, she yanked it off the bed, suddenly embarrassed to be standing completely naked. "I don't understand. What was going on? Grabbing her by the arm, he hurled her clothes at her. How convenient. Somehow you tricked me into bed with you. Put something in my drink at the dance, maybe. I don't know, and I don't give a damn. Get out of my house. Searching his gaze, she sniffed the air between them, forced herself to see his eyes full of anger and wild with disapproval, and it shook her to the core, digging a hole in her soul deep and agonizing. Whether it was shock or disbelief or fear, rather than try to explain or rationalize or even prove he knew who she was, Calla tore her arm from his grip and ran. With the sheets still around her, leaving everything but her purse, which she grabbed by the front door, she yanked the door to his house open so hard she pulled it clear off the hinges. She stuck her clutch purse between her teeth and let the sheet fall away, caring little if any of the ranch hands saw her as she took off toward the pasture, letting her shift take over. As she flew past Biddy, he muttered a "Mornin', Calla," but she ignored everything except for the overwhelming need to get home, to hide. The crunch of bone shifting, the stretch of skin, freed her as she made a dash for the fence, arcing high over it and landing on the other side with her paws now intact. And she kept right on running over Nash's vast acreage, her brain racing, her heart aching and tattered. She panted for breath around her purse, the harsh sunlight beating down on her back as she aimlessly tore through a patch of pecan trees. Nothing made sense. Nothing. But she didn't think about it. She didn't do anything but let the hot air swish past her sleek fur as she tried to outrun her pain. Nash stared after the woman who'd just left his bedroom, furious. What the hell had he done at that dance last night, and who the hell was that woman? His lips thinned when he looked down at her clothes scattered over his floor, but as his eye caught what she'd called a prosthetic, he remembered his ugly words and regretted them. Despite the fact that she had no business in his house, he'd said something cruel in his surprise, and that disgusted him. He needed coffee and a shower, in that order, and then he was going to investigate what had happened at the dance last night. He didn't even remember leaving the hall. In fact, curiously, he didn't remember going to it either. He only remembered that his plan was to attend. Period. How fucked up. But hold on. Had he been the one to initiate a one-night stand with her? That was so unlike him these days. Yeah, but chemistry happens, Ryder. And you have to admit, you found her pretty attractive, even as angry as you were. Damn. He'd acted like a real ass. Someone had to have some answers, and if she was responsible, he was going to see her ass, as sweet as it was, in the pokey until he could contact the council. And if you're responsible, then he was damn well going to figure out why he couldn't remember how she got into his bed, and in the process, see if she might be interested in beginning again. For some reason, some unexplainable, irrational reason, he almost hoped for the latter rather than the former. Calla pushed her way onto the tiny fire escape at her grandfather's window, her bulky body pressing against the iron rails, and scratched the glass with her paw, dropping her purse on the small landing. Ezra was a sound sleeper. So sound, she doubted he'd wake if a tornado landed in the middle of the bedroom. When he didn't stir, she scratched and whined again. The last thing she needed was for anyone to see her like this. Not today. Not after. Popping upright, Ezra ran a hand over his head and scrubbed at his eyes as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Calla Lily, what in the hell are you doing out there, sunshine? She scratched again, harder this time, with a desperate whine spewing from her throat. Ezra opened the paint-peeled window, shoving it upward with a grunt as she fell inside, dropping to the floor. Forcing her way past her Gramps, who wore old, worn flannel pajamas and an astonished expression, she headed straight to her room as she began to shift back to human. Nudging the door shut with her muzzle, she listened, satisfied when the latch caught just as her limbs began to return to their human form. She collapsed on the floor by her bed, panting, exhausted. Ezra pounded on the door. Calla, you let me in, young lady. I want an explanation. If I have to go kick that Nash Ryder's ass from here to China, I want to know why I'm doing it. Tears began to seep from her eyes. fat, salty droplets of shame. She didn't know if she understood what had just happened well enough to give Ezra permission to kick Nash's ass. None of this made any sense. Not a single second from the moment she'd awakened. Taking a deep breath, she tried to get a grip on herself, tried to clear her head as Ezra continued to knock. "Gramps, just give me a minute, okay? Please. Let me get a shower and then we'll talk." She heard him cluck his tongue from behind the door and grumble. "I'll make coffee, kitten. But you hurry it up in there, I'm going to go drag that horse-pucky shoveler from his damn house and tear his throat out." She almost laughed at how sure Ezra was that something had gone wrong with Nash. If only he knew how wrong. Pulling herself up to the edge of her bed, she glanced at the clock and realized she'd told Kirby she'd drop by later this morning to check in on her. It was the first time she'd let anyone open the center for her. If she didn't make an appearance, Kirby would become suspicious. Several deep, shuddering breaths later, she padded to her bathroom, the one her grandfather had renovated just for her, with an enormous white cast-iron tub and freshly whitewashed beadboard along the walls. He'd said he'd done it because all girls should have a private place to make their pretties without having to do it around whisker stubbles and globs of shaving cream. But today, it didn't soothe her the way it usually did. Today, as she caught sight of the soda tab still on the chain around her neck and fought a sob, nothing could soothe her. Ezra frowned, his weathered brow wrinkling as he poured another cup of coffee for Daphne and Greta, who'd rushed over the moment Ezra had stuck his interfering nose in and called them. "Say, what now, girl?" God. She was talking about having sex in front of her grandfather. Somehow the natural order of things had become quite a snafu. Calla let her chin fall to her chest and said one more time, "He kicked me out of his house, Gramps. Told me he had no idea who I was or how I'd gotten him in the bedroom. Well, you know what I mean. But he very clearly said he didn't know who I was, and then he practically shoved me out the door." Twyla Fay curled around her ankles. "Butthead. I know. I'll curse his sinfully delicious keister. He'll be in Vegas getting hitched to the fountains at the Bellagio while Elvis croons 'Love Me Tender' and just a swish of my tail." Calla reached down and scooped up Twyla Fay, setting her on the table. No. No more marriage proposals to inanimate objects. I appreciate your wanting to defend my honor, but you keep your magic to yourself, please. Daphne's eyes went wide, again, while Greta fondled her precious whistle, her knuckles white. "Do you want me to send Fate over there, Calla? He'll wipe the place clean with him. Oh, wait, I know. I'll have Fate call Mother Nature. She'll whip up a tsunami. A big, ugly wave of water that'll wipe him clean off those ripply thighs of his. She can be one uppity bitch. She's a real tiger in a pinch. You know." "No," Calla shouted, hopping up from the dining room chair, her heart still racing. "I don't want you to send anyone anywhere. Unless they could send her back in time." Reaching for the countertop, she leaned into the cool exterior of her fridge and kept trying to breathe. This was a waking nightmare. All while she'd taken a shower, she tried to understand what had happened. What would make Nash go to sleep saying he loved her and wake up not recognizing her? All of the acceptance and love she'd experienced last night was trashed. The image of his face, his eyes, roaming over her as though she'd taken advantage of him, kept flashing through her brain, making her want to vomit. That's when doubt had begun to set in. All the horrible words Reed had once said about hoping he could forget what she looked like naked, when he'd thought she was out of earshot, began to worm their way into the cracks of her insecurities. Oh, God. It was too horrible to believe Nash would do something so heinous. Perhaps he didn't know who she was because he'd discovered she repulsed him. Even if he'd lied through his teeth this morning, he'd never be able to pull off a ruse as enormous as that for long. He'd have to fake it, not just with her, but with virtually everyone who knew him. Would anyone be so cruel as to fake amnesia because she disgusted them? Slow your roll, Calla. You're going off the deep end. It's ridiculous to even consider Nash would go to these lengths to ditch you. Let go of Reed's ugly words. They have no place here. Greta tapped her on the shoulder with a knuckle. If what you told us earlier about your suspicions in Nash is what you're currently batting around in that head of yours, knock it off. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I do know that boy's character. He's no douche canoe. If he said he didn't know who you were, he didn't know who you were. She'd confessed to them her deepest, most outrageous fear, about her birth defect. She'd told them all about Reed and how much she'd idolized him for almost as long as she worked for him. She'd never seen any of his flaws through her haze of worship and clouded judgment. He'd known about her prosthetic long before they were ever intimate, after she'd accidentally left the package she'd ordered online on top of her desk. He'd known, and when she'd finally admitted her feelings for him, and they were about to embark on a night she'd fantasized about for years, when he finally saw her naked, he'd looked away in disgust. And even as strong as she was, as much as she'd wanted to walk out of his bedroom with her head held high, she'd turned tail and run, ashamed. Shortly after, she'd heard him on the phone with one of his buddies, describing how sickened he was by it, and then she'd left for good. Daphne poked her, then brushed Calla's hair from her eyes. "Did you hear Greta? Knock it off. I believe in a lot of things, but I've never believed that of Nash. Denny, maybe, but not Nash." Her panic subsided, but only a little. Then what is going on? Greta's shoulders sagged beneath her Mavericks jersey, her round face going grim. "I don't know, but we can damn well find out. I sent a text to Winnie, but no response just yet." "I think we should still send Mother Nature. She'll natural disaster it out of him." "No," both Greta and Calla shouted in union. Calla reached for her friend's hand. "Please, Daphne, don't do anything until I can get a better grip on this, okay?" "Then do that, Calla. Get a grip on it. But don't go where you keep going in your head. I don't know that I can ever believe Nash would be so cruel as to pretend not to know who you are just because—" "I only have one breast," she shouted in frustration, regretting it the moment the words shot from her mouth. "And I have a fat ass," Greta stated. "So the hell what?" Yeah, Nash had said that too. The room grew quiet, with only the throb of her heart pounding in her ears. A sharp knock on the door made everyone jump. Ezra rose, hiking up his suspenders before he opened the door. As it swung open, Nash's face appeared. And then it disappeared, as Ezra knocked Nash to the ground with a solid right hook. Chapter 7. Calla handed Nash a Ziploc bag full of ice to put on his jaw, while Greta gave Ezra the stink eye to keep him from rising from his place on the couch. Nash shook his head, the damp ends of his hair curling up just above his collar. "I don't get it." "But you got it, boy, and you deserved it," Ezra growled. Nash winced as he ran a hand over his bruised jaw. "Ezra, I already apologized. I honestly don't remember your granddaughter. You've known me all my life. Why would I lie?" "You should dang well be at the open end of my shotgun, you cow-dung slinger." Her grandfather shook a gnarled finger at Nash before Greta blew her whistle, making both Calla and Ezra wince. "Knock it off right now, Ezra Allen. You heard what the boy said." Oh, yeah. They'd all heard what he'd said. He recognized everyone but Calla. He knew every single person in the room except for her. Nash looked to her, his eyes blank and devoid of any emotion other than confusion, cutting her to the quick. "So, you and last night." "That's right, Twinkletoes," Daphne sneered, her eyes narrowed. "Right after you waltzed Calla on out of the VFW hall and back to your place. You made the whoop-de-doo. A night this entire town's been waiting on for 3 solid months. We even had a raffle going. Beer for a year at Skeeter's." "And chicken wings," Calla muttered, her cheeks turning bright pink. "Don't forget the chicken wings. A bucket." "An entire bucket?" Nash asked. "Did you really just say a whole bucket of chicken wings? I've never known Skeeter to be so generous." Is beer for a year and barbecued fowl really the point here? Calla asked, mortified her grandfather was hearing the intimate details of her night with Nash.
Sorry, he mumbled. So we've been dating for 3 months. Why can't I even remember Ezra ever mentioning he had a granddaughter?
The three women looked at each other. He genuinely appeared confused, his strong features riddled with concern. How had she been so totally wiped from his memory? Calla's heart sank right to her toes. What did you say to the man you'd spent 3 months of the best days of your life with when he didn't remember them? Did you call the doctor? Did witches even have neurologists? I don't know, Calla murmured. He shook his head, dropping the Ziploc bag on the end table as he rose, his big frame casting a shadow over the sunlight pouring into the picture window. Placing his hands on her shoulders, as though she were his grandmother rather than his lover, Nash looked down at her.
Look, I came to apologize for the way I reacted. He lowered his voice. What I said about it was insensitive and rude, and I was caught off guard. And I couldn't live with myself if I didn't tell you that.
Oh, irony. His tone was so somber, so much more like that of the Nash she knew she had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep her tears at bay. Yeah, I get the caught off guard thing.
Okay, so if we know each other, and I'm taking everyone at their word that we do, tell me about us. Tell me how we met.
You've been sweet on her all your life, sugar, Twyla Fay chirped. Nash looked down at the floor, his jaw clenching.
Twyla Fay.
Sweet Jesus in a sling. He even knew her lizard. She blinked up at him, slow and steady. The one and only. Nash's brow lined with more confusion.
What are you doing here, at Ezra's?
I live here now with Calla, you big goon. Whew, honey, something's gone all wrong in that noggin of yours, hasn't it? Nash let go of her shoulders and sat back down on the recliner, running his hands over his temples.
I don't get it. Twyla Fay's a familiar, but you're a werewolf like Ezra, right? Why would you need a familiar if you're a werewolf?
Every word he spoke was like a small dagger in her heart. It was an effort not to sink into the couch and never again leave its cushy warmth. She swallowed hard. Yes, I'm a werewolf, and Twyla Fay's witch left her behind when she left Paris, so I adopted her. Now, do witches and warlocks have doctors? Because I think you should see one. Daphne shook her head. No, we have magic. The magic wand. Of course. Okay, so can't you alakazam him and make this all go away? Daphne rubbed Calla's arm, her eyes sympathetic. None of us are powerful enough to break a spell like that, sweetie. That's if there is a spell to be broken. I don't know about Greta, but I sense no magic around Cowboy Nash's aura. Greta shook her head, her face grim. Not a lick on my end, either. Frustration welled in her chest again. Then who is powerful enough to break a spell if there's one to be broken? Why hadn't she thought of that in the first place? Magic. Maybe someone had put a spell on Nash. But why? Who would do this? Greta popped her lips. Winnie, whom I still can't get in touch with. Sinking into the couch, Calla let her head rest in her hands and stole more deep breaths.
This is crazy,
he murmured. But then his dark head popped up.
Pictures. What about pictures? Do you have any of us? Maybe that'll jog my memory.
Hope sparked momentarily. I have tons of selfies of us. Calla stood, grabbing her phone from the kitchen table and scrolling to her picture gallery, where she pulled up a picture of she and Nash at the corn maze just last month, their cheeks pressed together, his cowboy hat perched on her head with tall stalks of corn husks towering behind them. Sitting on the edge of the arm of the recliner, she asked, Do you remember the corn maze? Lifting his Stetson from his head, he applied pressure to his temple with his thumbs.
I remember eating my way through a full rack of baby backs and following it up with some of that blue cotton candy the kids from the school sell. I remember that day well because it was one of the hottest days we've had to date in Paris.
Defeat clawed at her. So everything but me. It was like someone had come along and snatched her right from his life, but forgot to take all of his memories with them. He shook his head, his eyes distressed.
I don't know what to say.
What else was there to say? As she aimlessly flipped through the pictures on her phone, she stopped at the one by the creek behind his ranch. It was from the day he'd built the campfire and given her the soda tab still around her neck. Calla pulled it from her t-shirt, dangling the necklace in the air. Do you remember this? You gave it to me the day you asked me to be your girlfriend. His tanned brow furrowed.
A tab from a can of soda?
He asked, as though it were preposterous he'd given her a symbol of love fashioned from a soda tab. Tears stung her eyelids, but she bit the inside of her cheek. Yes. You built a fire and roasted hot dogs, and we ate by the creek, and you asked me to be your girlfriend. I joked about whether that proposal came with your high school ring, so you gave me the soda tab.
As a gesture of love,
he murmured. Hope reared its head again. Yes. Do you remember it?
No. I just assumed that's why I did it.
More tears threatened to fall, but she was saved by another knock at the door. Daphne strode across the floor, her flowing maxi dress swirling around her feet as she moved. She slid a chain and opened it to find her husband Fate outside. Flinging herself at him, Daphne sniffled into his neck. I've never been so glad to see you.
What the hell's going on over here?
He asked, his tone sharp and with a hint of anger and boatloads of authority.
When I got back home from my workout, Travis said you were crying and left in the middle of breakfast to come to Calla's. Something about Nash and his memory? What's happening here?
It's Nash, Daphne said, pulling her husband into the apartment, clinging to his hand. He can't remember who the hell I am, Calla finished for her, her voice shaky. His eyes scanned the room, zeroing in on Nash and Calla as he strode across the floor without a word, clamping a hand on each of their shoulders. His large fingers curled into the flesh around the cap of her shoulder and instantly began to shake as his grip tightened. Calla sat immobile, afraid to move. She didn't understand magic and its complexity, nor did she understand how fate kept from warning people about their futures, but she stayed perfectly still in the event he'd discover something she couldn't. The room became sort of swirly, the air thick and unmoving, even with the central air blowing steadily from the vents in the ceiling. Calla gulped as a frisson of electricity sizzled through her, taking an upward climb only to dive bomb and explode, making her literally tremble. When Fate let go of them, she would have fell to the floor if not for Nash grabbing her arm to keep her upright. Daphne was the first to speak, her eyes wide with concern. Honey? Fate looked at them, his handsome face grim, his transfixed eyes on Calla.
One day.
He spat the words as if they hurt. What? Everyone chimed in unison. Daphne swatted at him, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Don't be cryptic, big guy. We have a crisis here. Fate responded again, this time quieter, calmer.
One day.
Details? Calla squeaked. Daphne suddenly nodded her head as though she understood, her hoop earrings bouncing. Let me apologize for my husband. You all know him as Chatty Cathy Fate. Strong, but certainly not the silent type. Lover of all things party, watermelon seed spitting pro, sack race champion, and limbo king. You know, in general, happy-go-lucky. But when he gets visions, he loses some of his words due to their power. And, as you all know, he's mostly not allowed to reveal what he's seen. So whatever he's seeing must have had some kind of glitch attached to it. Something that wasn't meant to be and will upset the order of things. So, whatever's happening right now wasn't meant to be? Daphne shook her head. Something like that. It just means that your fates are unnatural. Maybe even man-made. Man-made? Meaning a person was possibly involved in this? But who? Who cared that she and Nash fell in love? Denny? She didn't have time to dwell on it right now. They had to act if they only had one day to fix this. Daphne bit her lower lip before replying, I wish I knew more, Lovebug. I just don't. Oh, this was bad. So very bad. Whatever he'd seen was clearly not good.
So, now we have to figure out what one day means,
Nash asked, rising from the chair and staring at his friend. Daphne nodded. This was the part she'd once confided to Calla that made it hard for them to keep friends as a couple. Fate's random visions. For the most part, he was in control, but every once in a while a vision was too strong to contain, and once it had broken up a couple they used to bowl with. For the greater good in the end, but not before a lot of anger and resentment, according to Daphne. Naturally, hers would be one that he couldn't keep in check, making this situation that much more ominous. Fate remained still, his face slack. Daphne reached up and gently wiped the corner of his mouth with her thumb. We need to get you a bib for these occasions, hunk o' mine.
What the hell does one day mean?
Ezra croaked.
One day he'll damn well remember my girl. One day left to beat his ass and make him remember my girl.
As though Ezra's words were the remote control to animate fate, he moved across the room and wrapped his fingers around Calla's upper arms, lifting her right off her feet until they dangled.
Fate!
Nash knocked his shoulder with the flat of his palm.
Put her down, man, or I'm gonna forget we're friends.
Stop! Daphne yelled, latching onto Nash's arm just as Greta grabbed her whistle to blow. He would never hurt her, Nash. Don't break his mojo. Let him speak. Fate stared deeply into her eyes, his own gaze stormy and wild, transfixing her.
Show him,
he said from a locked jaw and clenched teeth, the words urgent.
One day to show him.
His final words, just before he went slack again and almost dumped her on the floor, came at a cost. She was sure of that from the way he ground them out, as though he was in some kind of physical pain. Ezra jumped up to steady her, still as swift as he'd ever been, the blur of his movement leaving a haze of color. He pulled her close and hugged her hard, cupping her jaw.
You okay, kiddo? One day,
Fate shouted again, making the coffee cups and the glass vases on the buffet quake. And then he fell forward, like some crazy tent revival evangelist tree, chopped down deep in the middle of Sermon Forest. Chapter 8. Nash dived for Fate, grabbing him around the waist and hauling him upward. Daphne rushed in, her hands fluttering about her husband's forehead as Nash set him on the couch. While everyone hovered over his friend, Nash watched Calla, this woman who said they were in love, and he felt an odd, deep pull on his heart. A strange twinge as she ran to her small apartment kitchen to get a cold cloth. Her movements were fluid, just like Ezra's, but prettier for the obvious reasons, and when she raced past him to hand Daphne the cold cloth, he found he was gawking at her. She was beautiful, tall and leggy with graceful limbs and dark hair falling to the middle of her back in loose curls. He hadn't stopped to really notice her until now, with whatever was happening to him going on, but the impact of her presence nearly knocked him for a loop. One day to show him. What the hell did that mean? Show him what? And why could he remember every single person in the room but this gorgeous woman named Calla? If this was some damn joke, it was an elaborate one. You really don't remember, do you? Greta asked, her round face red from the chaos.
Swear it on my mama's peach pie, Greta. Have I ever lied to you? You've known me since I was what, 2?
Yep. You used to take a bath with my nephew Clem as kids. You were always a good boy, Nash Ryder, and I believe you when you say you don't remember Calla. But I'm here to tell you this. You were nuts about that girl. Plumb head over heels, drooling in a corner nuts.
Now, the boy I knew and the man I know today wasn't one to give his heart lightly. She meant something to you, something big. We just need to help you rediscover her." Then, out of the blue, his friend's muttered words hit him like a freight train.
Do you think that's what fate meant? One day to show him? Maybe she has to show me how I felt about her?
Greta slapped her hand on his back, the strength of it jolting his shoulders, the light in her eyes so bright she might as well have a light bulb over her head. "You might be on to something there, big guy." Placing her infamous whistle in her mouth, she blew on it, effectively stopping all sound and motion.
"Dang it, woman!" Ezra yelped, rubbing his ears. "Sensitive wolf ears over here."
But Greta began to pace, her sensible shoes making a distinct pattern to and fro. Clearly, an idea had set in.
"Listen up, everybody. Nash here might be on to something. Maybe whatever fate was rambling about has to do with showing Nash his relationship with Calla."
Daphne's blonde head popped up, her eyes bright as she haphazardly wiped Fate's cheeks.
"Showing him? Like reenactments?"
"Exactly," Greta shouted.
"Maybe taking Nash to some of the places they've been, seeing some of the things they've done. Except the, chitty chitty bang bang last night. Will help jar his memory."
He couldn't believe he was in a room with people he'd known almost all his life, nonchalantly talking about the sex he couldn't remember to save his soul, which everyone in town had apparently bet on him having. He pulled his Stetson down over his eyes. Greta had seen him naked in the bathtub when he was 2, for Christ's sake. Yet there was something unexplainable, undeniable, compelling him to play along. If he'd lost memory of this gorgeous woman's existence, what would be the harm in trying to get it back? Because this Calla sure was pretty. And he had a lot of respect for Ezra, who appeared to really love his granddaughter. He rubbed the spot on his jaw where Ezra had clocked him harder than he'd given someone his age credit for. According to everyone, they'd been in love, and on the fast track to something more. If Calla really was the one, how could he miss an opportunity to find out? As she rose from her haunches where she'd been trying to help Daphne with Fate, she wiped her hands on the thighs of her jeans and looked to Ezra and Twyla Faye. "Will you stay with everyone at the center today, Gramps? Tonight's my late night. We don't close until 11. You can't nap." Her grandfather nodded his white head.
"Course I will. I'll do whatever it takes to make you smile again."
"Twyla Faye, can I count on you to be sure Gramps doesn't fall asleep?"
"You can always count on me, sugar lips."
Calla nodded, and then she looked at him dead on. "Are you game to try this?" His stomach tightened, and his heart picked up some road rash when she gazed at him with those wide blue eyes fringed with thick lashes. Rolling his shoulders, he decided he was more than game.
Game on.
"No, it wasn't there," Kirby insisted, a frown in place. "I remember exactly the moment Nash walked in to pick up Mr. Swanson for his son's surprise birthday party, and I remember the exact moment he saw Calla again for the first time since she'd spent her summers here. Mr. Swanson was sitting over in the Hocus Pocus corner with Renee doing his memory cards."
"Was I? Can't remember a damn thing," Mr. Swanson joked.
Renee, another of the witches in Winnie's rehab who'd worked for Calla almost from the opening of Hallow Moon, popped her bubble gum and shook her blonde head. No. I'm pretty sure you need to spend some time with me in the Hocus Pocus corner, because your memory sucks ass, Kirby. I remember the second Nash walked in to pick up Mr. Swanson, because he smelled lickable, all manly and expensive cologne-ish. I'm very sensitive to smell. It stirs up all sorts of emotions for me, sexual attraction being one of them." Oh dear. Greta, hand firmly on her whistle, glowered at the two witches. "Renee, put your libido away this instant, miss. No sexual attraction while on parole. Not one goosebump. Now I need both of you to focus, and your bickering isn't helping." Renee huffed, twirling a lock of her long blonde hair around her forefinger. "I'm telling you, Mr. Swanson wasn't in the Hocus Pocus corner with me when Nash first saw Calla. Mr. Swanson was clobbering Gus at checkers in the game room. Know how I remember that? She was almost afraid to ask, but for the sake of Nash's memory, Calla plowed ahead. How do you know, Renee? Because I watched his sweet, sweet ass in those tight jeans saunter past me and down the hall to the game room, just as he passed Calla at the front desk. That's how. Hashtag smokin' hot. You're disgusting. How could you betray Calla like that? Kirby hissed, her hands clenched at her sides. Renee rolled her head on her neck, pushing her face into Kirby's. I didn't betray her. That's a pretty heavy word you're using there. If I'm betraying her by looking at his ass, then I betray her every single day. I look at his ass all the time. Doesn't mean I cranked him. Back up, nutball. Greta pushed her way between the two women, her stern parole officer face in place. Both of you knock it off, or I'll turn the shower timers down 2 minutes apiece for each of you back at the house. Understood? 2 minutes? I barely have enough time to rinse my hair. No wonder Winnie calls you bitch in charge, Renee said on a pout. Nash finally spoke after a long period of watching what was playing out before him. You have to take timed showers? Calla rasped a sigh and rolled her eyes. Is that all you gleaned from that conversation? He smiled devilishly, like the old Nash, and jammed his hands into the pockets of the tight jeans in question. Well, that, and I have nice cologne. Greta pointed her finger toward the exit door and shooed Renee out. Enough. Go back to the house now, or you'll really find out why I'm the bitch in charge. Calla reached for her friend's arm. Please, Greta. Everyone's on edge right now. Don't punish them because of the tension this has peppered our tempers with. Renee held up a hand. It's okay, Calla. I was on my way out anyway. Shift's over. She shot Calla a sympathetic smile. Listen, I hope everything works out and he gets his memory back. But if he doesn't, are you gonna hate should I pursue his deliciousness? Greta blew her whistle, making everyone at the center wince. Out! Renee giggled and sauntered toward the front door, winking at Nash over her shoulder on the way. Calla sucked in air, filling her lungs to keep from screaming her frustration. And they'd only just begun. This wasn't going as planned at all. Daphne squeezed her shoulders in support, the jangle of her bracelets clanking in the quiet room. Okay, so let's just assume that Kirby's right for the sake of argument. Calla, you go stand behind the front desk, and Nash, you go out and come back in again, heading for the rec room just like you did that day. Calla's legs felt like wood as she trudged to the front desk, her fingers crossed this would work. So far, he remembered everything about the center, when it first opened, and all the small details in between. Except for her. Yet she was determined to at least try to help him remember, because she didn't want to know if fate's message meant he'd never remember their 3 months together, or why she couldn't just attempt the whole process of making him fall in love with her all over again. The outcome would likely be the same between them, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? If he'd fallen for her once, why not once more? Fear crept into her doubts, ramping them up another notch. Fate had been very clear. She had one day to show him something. His urgency had freaked her out, so she wasn't taking any chances. She'd do whatever she had to in order to help Nash find his way back to her. Planting her feet behind the front desk, she fluffed her hair, which was utterly ridiculous. But had she known back on that fateful day it would be the first time he saw her again after 11 years, she would have primped then, too. Ready? Daphne asked, peering at her with concern. Calla hedged, worried she'd miss some detail that in the end would be the most important one of all. Wait, what was I doing, Kirby? Because I don't remember seeing him until he was on his way out with Mr. Swanson. Mr. Swanson strolled up to the counter, turning his head from left to right. Which is my best side? Sit down, Henry, Flora yelled from one of the tables littering the rec room's front entrance. Nobody will give a hoot which side of your face is your best side when I put your nose on your ass. You're not an actor on some soap opera, you old fool. True love's at stake here. Now park it, or I'm taking your denture cream and chucking it right in the compactor." Calla held up a hand and gave him an apologetic smile. "Mr. Swanson, why don't you head on down the hall to the rec room and just try to do what Greta tells you to do? This is no big deal. Just a quick replay of the day we saw each other again." She didn't want the seniors to stress over her problems. This was supposed to be a place where everyone came to relax and enjoy their retirement from witchdom. But the moment they'd found out Calla was in distress, everyone insisted on helping, leaving a warm glow in her belly. Henry patted her hand, his palm like aged leather. "You're a good girl, Calla, and you always give me extra hot fudge on Ice Cream Tuesday. I like you. I'll do whatever I can to help." He shuffled off toward the rec room, passing Flora and giving her the old drive-by middle finger. Nash laughed into his arm. That high-pitched laugh he reserved for things he knew he shouldn't laugh over because it was wrong, but couldn't keep his amusement contained on the inside. "Do not encourage, cowboy," she ordered in her senior care manager voice. Sorry, he muttered, his handsome face apologetic. He made a series of funny faces to quell his laughter, something she'd seen him do at a town council meeting or two when the antics rivaled a Monty Python movie. Then he straightened and shook his arms around before settling them at his sides. "Okay, I'm ready." As Nash walked out the door, her heart thumped hard against her ribs. Renee was right. He did have a great ass. He had a great everything, and he was going to slip through her fingers if she didn't do something to stop it. God, she loved him. Chapter 9. They sat in the park, in the middle of the square, by a crusty old pecan tree, the heat of the day creating a pool of sweat in her bra. The scene was set. Colorful lawn chairs were scattered around a cooler filled to the brim, the seniors milling about, waiting for their cues. The sun, even at the end of October, was unforgiving in its wrath. It was days like this when she missed the reds and golds of fall back in Boston most. The cool weather, hot soup and sandwiches, long walks with the sharp wind at her back. Nothing had jarred Nash's memory after they'd reenacted the first time they'd seen each other in 11 years, or, as Daphne had titled it, reunion. But she wasn't willing to give up yet. This was the man she loved, and if they had to start from scratch, she'd do it. Though the ominous words fate had used kept poking at her, telling her to hurry up, she just didn't understand what the hurry was. Nash handed her a cold bottle of water and lifted his Stetson to wipe his brow with his forearm. "So, what did we do here?" They'd decided as a group to only reenact the really important events, in light of the fact that there were just too many to count in their 3-month courtship. She cleared her throat, raspy from the heat, and smoothed her hands over her hair. "I was here with a couple of seniors for an outing to feed the ducks, and you surprised them with cold lemonade and cookies from the bakery." Nash was always doing things like that. Not just for her, but the seniors he knew she loved so much. It had been just as hot that day as it was now, and when he'd seen them while he was doing some errands in town, sweating as they threw bread to the ducks, he'd grabbed bottles of lemonade from the downtown market and set up a mini picnic under the shade of the tree. "So, lemonade was an important event." Her smile was distant. "It was more the kind act. It was crazy hot, and you did something so nice it made me—" His gesture, so sweet, had her lobbing herself at him like a racquetball to a court wall. "This was where we had our first kiss." Her heart throbbed at the thought. That first kiss had been some kind of magic. He turned on the bench and looked down at her with a half-smile. "Our first." She smiled back, even though her heart was growing heavier by the second. "Yeah, right under the pecan tree." Her words sounded almost giddy to her ears, so she bit the inside of her cheek. Nash brushed a lock of hair from her shoulder. "The first time or the second? Because we knew each other growing up, right?" If he only knew how his words were shredding her with every lost memory he voiced. We never kissed when we were kids.
Didn't we?
Nope. Not that she hadn't prayed for it every night before she went to sleep like most girls prayed a Backstreet Boy would lay one on them, but it never happened, much to her teenage dismay.
Wow. Just call me slacker. I can't believe I passed up and up to kiss you.
She fought a good preen. Really?
Hell yeah. You're pretty cute. So, was the kiss good?
The best kiss ever. But she didn't want to sound too overeager and scare him off with her enthusiasm. Instead, she smiled and replied, "It was nice." He held a broad hand over his heart and made a sad face.
Nice. Just nice? What every guy wants to hear. What did I do wrong that just made it nice? What can I do to make it spectacular this time round?
Greta approached with a roll of her eyes, her hair sticking to the sides of her face with perspiration. "You didn't do anything wrong, Nash. If we're going to do this, let's do it right, Calla." She talked about that blasted kiss for days afterward. All we heard every girl's night out over cheese fries and apple martinis was, "Oh my God, those lips are like a pair of evil temptations. However will I manage to keep my hands off him until we take the big leap?" That's how good that kiss was. Calla's cheeks went red with heat, but before she could say anything else, Daphne was there, like some weird director in a Civil War reenactment. "Places, everyone!" she bellowed through the megaphone that had appeared out of nowhere after they'd finished at the center. Calla winced. All of her senses were on high, especially her already ultra-sensitive hearing. "Hey, Spielberg, I'm begging you, easy on the loud noises. My nerves are already frazzled." Daphne flipped through a notebook, something else that had magically appeared. "Sorry, honey. I just want to get this right. Now, the script says you two were under the pecan tree, so find your spots." "The script," Calla muttered, trudging to the shade of the enormous pecan tree behind the bench and leaning back against it just like she had the day Nash first kissed her. "Okay. So this instance I totally remember, because Winnie and I were out power walking along the lake, minding our own business, chatting about nothing when we ran smack into you two all pressed up against the big pecan tree, sucking face for all you were worth while Clive fed the ducks." Kirby shook her head full of gorgeous auburn hair when she inspected Calla's position with a critical eye. "No, Calla, lean more on your left foot so your hip juts out." Calla put her weight on her left foot, shoving her hip forward like some awkward supermodel. Kirby still shook her head. "Nope, that's not it either. Lift your arm up and drape it over that lower branch." Jesus. What had she been doing that day in the park? Hooking for cash? "A little higher," Kirby instructed with a wave of her finger. "Oh, stop, Kirby. Do you really think if I stand here looking like I'm ready to do business, it's going to alter the scene that much?" The scene. Daphne flapped her hands at Nash. "Now, cowboy hot, you stand in front of Calla, hand on her waist. And Kirby, you were chasing after Gus, who was doing some chasing of his own. Some poor, unsuspecting woman who just wanted to eat her lunch in peace." Gus stuck his tongue out at Daphne.
"She had Cheez-Its. Calla won't let me have 'em because they're too high in salt. I just asked her if I could have a couple, all,"
Gus defended, his weathered face, likely in his youth quite handsome, going all innocent. "You did not just ask for Cheez-Its, Casanova," Calla chided, moving around Nash to reach forward and wipe crumbs from Gus's mouth. "You asked her if she was up for some foreplay with her Cheez-Its. You can't do that, Gus. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Women in this day and age won't put up with that kind of sexist behavior. You're going to find yourself locked up in the county jail for sexual harassment one day, pal." Gus scrunched up his face at her.
"Whatever happened to the good old days, when a man was in charge and the women just made sandwiches all nice and quiet in the kitchen?"
Nash barked a laugh, slapping Gus on the back.
"I think they went the way of floggings at high noon, my man, as in kaput."
Hey, Clive called from the edge of the lake, where he lobbed bread at the ducks, his feet in the murky water.
Are we doing this? It's almost time for snack back at the center. If that damn Swanson eats my tapioca, I'm gonna beat his scrawny butt with my cane. Not to mention, in case you two lovebirds hadn't noticed, the sun is 2 feet from my face. It's hot. Get her done.
Clive was right. It was too hot for them to be out here, especially the seniors from the center. Kirby, take Clive and Gus back to the center, please. I don't want anyone passing out from this infernal heat.
Oh, the hell I'm going back now,
Clive shouted, hiking up his plaid shorts and wandering into the lake.
I'm not gonna be the one to screw this up. Plus, we got a new pool going on. How long will it take before Marlboro Man remembers his calla lily?
Did I call you calla lily?
Nash rumbled, sending a shiver of longing down her spine. Pressing the bottle of water to her cheeks, she shook her head. No. The only people who call me that are my grandfather and Denny Parks. Denny, totally against my will, mind you. Nash visibly bristled, his jaw tightening.
Parks calls you that. Why so intimate?
So you remember him? Nash paused a moment and slow-nodded.
Yeah, I remember him. In fact, he was just out at my ranch the other day.
Calla's alarm bells sang a warning tune. Denny was at your ranch? You two can't stand each other. Why would he come to your ranch? What did you talk about? Now he frowned.
I'll be damned if I can remember. It's no secret I don't like him. I've never liked Denny.
Indeed. This was something she'd mentally store away until she could get her hands on Denny and ask him why he'd been at Nash's. Maybe he had something to do with this.
So you didn't answer the question. Why is Denny so intimate with your nickname?
Why do you ask? She crossed her fingers. It was because he remembered one of the reasons why he disliked Denny. He paused a moment, then shook his head.
I don't know. Parks is no friend of mine, but I'm not sure why him calling you anything makes me want to bury his head under a trough of pig slop.
She tried to keep her cool, but on the inside her organs stood up and cheered. You and Denny don't get along because of me. Or partially, anyway. I think you don't like him for other reasons as well, but I exacerbated the situation. Nash's eyes narrowed suspiciously, exactly the way they had when he'd first found out Denny had a thing for her.
Is that because he has eyes for you, too?
Yippee. Sort of. Though I mostly think it's because he hates the idea of a werewolf and a warlock together. The two of you were always butting heads when it came to me because of it, and my kind typically disapproves of us mingling with someone outside our species. He leaned in toward her, the scent of his cologne just as Renee had described.
Typically disapproves. I've heard that about your kind. All sorts of rules for mating. Is that the word? So why didn't they disapprove of us? Or did they? And maybe that's why this is happening.
Although he knew after this morning that she had only one breast, having to continually repeat why her pack couldn't care less about whom she mated with had become rather like Groundhog Day. But she wasn't going to hide because her pack labeled her damaged goods. Fuck her pack. First of all, werewolves don't have any magical powers, so it's pretty unlikely they had anything to do with your memory loss. And they don't care because of my breast. Because I only have one, they consider me inferior. And the chance I'd reproduce children with the same defect keeps them off my back about whom I mate with. She knew the words came out tight and stilted, but to share them now, to look him in the eye and explain why she was unworthy to her own kind, was embarrassing. He looked astonished.
Well, you know what I say to that, don't you, Miss Allen?
What do you say to that, Cowboy Nash?
Fuck your pack.
And then he hauled her into his arms and laid one on her. That's not how the script goes, Daphne boomed into the megaphone. Nash would swear on his own mother's life he saw stars the moment his lips hit Calla's. Her mouth was soft, her lips like two damn pillows he could rest his on for a good long spell. And when she pressed her soft body against his, groaned into his mouth, he hardened instantly. Nothing mattered. Not the heat, not Clive whistling and shouting his approval, not even Daphne, who kept frantically yelling, "Cut!" Nothing mattered but this woman and the desire to keep right on kissing her as they melted into one another. This felt right. This felt good, and he wondered if this was how he'd felt the first time he'd kissed her. Calla's arms curled up around his neck, her fingers threading through his hair, pulling him closer, making his jeans become uncomfortable. Suddenly it didn't matter that they were in a public park. It didn't matter that this was all staged or that they had an audience. Nothing mattered but this woman he wanted desperately to remember, and her lips. Greta's whistle went off like a foghorn, jolting them both back into awareness. Calla tore her lips from his and looked up at him, searching his eyes. He knew what she wanted. He knew she wanted him to magically remember everything. But he didn't. Somehow, that left him feeling pretty damn empty. Greta's round face appeared between them. "Okay, you two. We're not out here to show everyone how to make their own orgy. Break it up before the kids on the swings get an education they're not ready for just yet," she chirped on a chuckle. Nash looked down at Calla, her face coming back into focus. "Well, I don't know about you, but damn, was it like that the first time?" Her chest rose and fell beneath her lacy blouse, giving him a quick glimpse of the swell of her breast, forcing him to fix his eyes to her face to keep from dragging her off to his bed. She smiled, a soft, gentle lift of those luscious lips, and ran a hand over her hair. "It went something like that." "Can I get a little credit here?" he teased, running his thumb over her lower lip. She swallowed hard, the knot in her throat evident. "Did it jar anything?" He sighed. He didn't want to hurt her. In fact, for some reason, he wanted to do everything in his power to make her happy, keep her smiling. But he had to be honest. "No. But that doesn't mean something else we reenact won't, right?" He was shooting for hopeful because he hated seeing her try to hide how crushed she was. Daphne rushed up to them, clipboard of notes in one hand, megaphone in the other, her eyes hopeful. "Good gravy! I can't believe you two didn't set the tree on damn fire. So, anything?" He was disappointing people left and right today, and it left him feeling like a heap of shit. "I'm sorry. No." Instantly, Daphne brightened, putting on a falsely cheerful grin. "No worries. Next up is the big talk. Now, from what I understand, that was a huge deal. Maybe that'll stir something up."
"The big talk,"
he muttered, feeling like an idiot for not getting the meaning. Calla cast her eyes at the ground. "It's when we decided to wait to—" She cleared her throat, clearly fighting for the explanation. But Gus fixed that. He put an arm around each of their shoulders and grinned. "It's when the two of you decided to wait to make chimichangas until y'all knew each other better. But we all called it wait to consummate at the center. But I'll tell you, you're a better man than I am, cowboy. I'd be all over this hot piece of work like fried on—" Calla used 2 fingers to pinch Gus's lips together before she looked at him, her cheeks bright pink. "Yeah, that." Ah, they'd decided to wait, which only reinforced the notion that if they'd been together 3 solid months, and he'd agreed to wait, she was something special. For a long time he'd been satisfied single. He'd dated and had a great time, but he'd never met the whole package. He wanted it all, and he was willing to patiently wait until it presented itself. Calla had clearly been his idea of the entire package, and the bitter sting of remorse he felt for not remembering her clawed at his gut like a sharp knife. But rather than harp on the fact that this was all a blank page to him, he cupped her chin and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Look, I don't remember the talk, but I know who I am. And if we had the talk about waiting, we had it because I want the same things you want. Commitment, a family, someone to theorize the walking dead with. So let's reenact the talk, okay? I'll burn every brain cell I have trying to remember it." He held out his hand, hoping against goddamn hope she'd take it. Calla let her fingers brush his, then intertwine with them, her smaller hand. "Ryder, get your hands off her, you son of a bitch!" Nash whipped around to see Denny Parks stomping across the grass of the park, his face a mask of anger. "Ooh-wee!" Gus giggled with glee. "It's on! Greta, get your whistle and let's get ready to rumble!" Chapter 10. Denny stalked toward them, his skin red, sweat framing his long, angular face. "Did you hear me, Ryder? Get the hell away from her." He was such an odd contrast to Nash, tall and lean and groomed to within an inch of his life, as opposed to Nash's rugged, bulky good looks. To hear him ordering Nash around was like watching Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory threatening The Rock. Except she really liked Sheldon. Denny, not so much. Putting a hand to Nash's chest, she pushed him aside and squared off with Denny. "What the hell are you doing, Denny?" "I said, you get away from her, Ryder." Nash lifted his chin, his voice low and threatening. "Or you'll what? Steal my 401k. Calla shot him a pleading look to quiet before confronting Denny. "What is going on? Why are you carrying on and scaring all the kids?" Clive sloshed up beside them, his plaid shorts thoroughly soaked, his sweet face puffy. "Are you two gonna roll around like two roughnecks for Calla's favor? Because if so, could we do it at the center where there's air conditioning? It's like GD Africa out here." "No, they absolutely are not going to do anything of the sort. Clive, please sit under the tree and have some water from the cooler until Kirby can bring you back. Denny, back off," she bellowed. The heat, her frustration, that amazing do-over of her first kiss with Nash were all getting to her. "The hell I will," Denny barked. "It's all over town what he did to you, and I won't allow it." Nash's eyes narrowed. "Did to her? Allow it? You're barking up the wrong cowboy, friend. Do as the lady asked, or I'm going to teach you how to put your listening ears on." "Nash 1, City Slicker 0, Gus yelped with delight, dancing around them with a devilish grin. Blowing her hair out of her face, Calla rubbed her temples. "Gus, can it, or the next time you want to scroll the internet, I'm blocking you from Senior Mingle. Clear?" Denny grabbed her hand, making Nash move in closer. "Let's go somewhere we can talk, Calla. Just you and me." She sniffed the air, her nostrils flaring. She was almost positive he had nothing to do with this. There was no deception in his scent. "Talk about what, Denny?" "About whatever the hell kind of game Nash is playing here. You don't really believe he doesn't remember who you are, do you?" "Of course I do. What other explanation is there?" If she believed nothing else from this unbelievable situation, she completely believed Nash didn't remember her after that kiss. Denny shrugged his lean shoulders. "I don't know. Maybe he's faking this memory loss." "To what end, Parks?" Nash asked, clenching his stubbled jaw until the tick in it made an appearance. "The end where you finally got what you wanted, and now you're done with her?" Nash hissed a breath before he was 2 inches from Denny's face. "If I were you, partner, I'd walk the hell away. Now. And fast." Calla squeezed between their chests, using both hands to separate them. "That's ridiculous, Denny, and you know it. It's a pretty elaborate stunt, don't you think? To pretend he doesn't know who I am rather than just break up with me?" Saying it out loud made it sound even more ridiculous than it had sounded in her head. Nash lifted Calla and set her aside as if she were no heavier than a feather. Then he closed in on Denny, his stance threatening. "I'm not even going to dignify you with an answer, Parks. But I am going to tell you to take your sorry ass on out of here before I behave in a very ungentlemanly way and help you leave." Denny's face went tight with anger, but he instantly backed up. Though as he did, he kept his gaze on her. "When this is all done and your heart's in pieces, you know where to find me, Calla," he said, his words sly with sarcasm. Greta's whistle sounded loud and sharp as she blew it in Denny's face. "Go raid a corporation and leave the adults to play." Denny had stomped back across the green of the park and past the children on the swings when a sudden burst of thunder and lightning cracked directly above his head, dumping fat raindrops all over his silk shirt and perfectly primped hair. His yelp of surprise made Calla giggle, but then she caught Nash's gaze and gave him her best matronly look. That wasn't nice. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans and rocked back on his boots.
And it was nice of him to accuse me of faking amnesia so I could get out of our relationship. Only a scumbag would think like that.
That was certainly fair, but the truth was, she'd had a brief moment where she'd thought the same thing. But Denny didn't know she only had one breast. For him to consider Nash would fake amnesia now that he'd gotten what he'd wanted was just plain shitty. Nash gripped her shoulders and sought her eyes.
You didn't.
He didn't have to explain his words. She knew what he meant. Nash had always been good at reading her internal turmoil. The moment was brief, I promise. I've had a bad experience or two. One, not so long ago, that I never had the guts to tell you about, and, well...
It left you raw and cautious. Totally understandable. But I'm standing here in front of you right now telling you I don't care.
The echo of his words from the night before struck a sharp chord in her heart. Her eyes began to fill with more tears, so she let her chin drop to her chest, but Nash pulled her into his arms, like he would when she'd had a bad day, almost as if he remembered every moment of their relationship.
Never, Calla,
he murmured against the top of her head.
I promise you, that would never happen.
The blessed relief of darkness enveloped them, though it was still hot, even minus the glare of the sun. The words "one day" kept repeating themselves in her head as Calla sat on the blanket they'd used when Nash had asked her to be his girlfriend. If they only had one day to show Nash whatever she was supposed to show him, their time was swiftly running out. She had spent a good portion of the ride out here to this part of Nash's property, trying to figure out what hour this mythical timer was set for one day. Did it begin when fate spoke the words? Did it begin at dawn? What if they'd missed a detail? Something no one had thought of. What would happen if Nash didn't remember when the mystery time was up? They'd taken the seniors back to the center to rest up and have a late snack before pickup, then staged yet another unsuccessful reenactment, this one of the big talk, wherein she and Nash spent most of their time giggling at all the rules they'd placed on their road to total commitment. And still nothing. Kirby came up behind her and tapped her on the shoulder. You ready for the Be My Girl scene? Daphne rasped a sigh, her beautiful face even prettier by the glow of the campfire Nash had built. She dropped her clipboard on her director's chair, another item that had mysteriously appeared. It's not called Be My Girl. It's called Sex and the Smitten. Kirby threw her hands up like two white flags. Sorry, I'm just trying to help. Calla grabbed Kirby's hand and squeezed it. Of course you are. You've been a total rock through this. Go sit in the bed of Nash's truck and relax. There wasn't anyone here but Nash and I at this one anyway. Kirby gave her a tired smile. I think I'll do that. But save me a hot dog, would you? She joked, wandering off into the velvety night toward Nash's truck. Nash was busy putting hot dogs on skewers while Greta set their places on the blanket, putting a soda can on each plate. One just like the can Nash had pulled the tab from that she now kept on a chain around her neck. She tried to relax, but the longer the night went on, the more anxious she was beginning to feel. It was as though if they didn't find the last piece of this puzzle, everything was going to blow up. "Makeup?" Daphne shouted. Flora appeared out of thin air in front of her, waving a powder puff. "Lift your chin, Toots," she ordered. Calla's heart tightened. What are you doing, Flora? You're supposed to be at home with your family, not out here in the middle of nowhere. Flora screwed up her face, her eyes warm from beneath the brim of her baseball cap. Bah, my son's boring. Have I ever mentioned what he does for a living? He's an accountant. Most boring job in the entire world. Who wants to talk tax shelter over a pot roast when I could be out here, waiting to see you two fall in love all over again? Thank you, Flora, she barely whispered, overwhelmed by their generosity. Flora dabbed at her nose with a powder puff and grinned. Wouldn't have missed it.
Now lift your chin so I can be sure I get all your angles. Flora? Calico? She smiled at Flora's pet name for her. Why are you powdering my nose? We're not making a movie. Wait. Were they? It wouldn't surprise her to find Daphne had whipped up some cameras and a craft service table at this point. Because Miss Flora asked for a job and I gave her one. You should have your pretties just right for when Nash remembers you. It's going to be a moment you'll always remember, and you'll look like a goddess, Daphne offered. As Flora drifted away, she mouthed a thank you to Daphne, who simply smiled. Some of her seniors felt as if they had nothing left to contribute to society, and oftentimes when their family members first brought them in to spend the day at the center, they were despondent. She'd spent many an afternoon helping them rediscover their usefulness by organizing bake sales and charity marathons, and encouraging them to attend soccer games for the children in town whose parents weren't able to attend due to work. No one worked a pom-pom for an elementary school soccer player like her seniors. For them to put as much, if not more, effort into this project than she'd been willing to attempt in the beginning because of her fear, meant they respected her as much as she respected them. It meant she was making a difference, and nothing made her happier than their success. Greta's sigh made her refocus her thoughts. One more time I tell you to get down from that tree, Gus, and it'll be the last. Gus, are you crazy? You're going to break your leg. What are you doing? Calla demanded. I'm the set grip. Grip set stuff up. Now they had a set grip? Next, they'd have a sound guy and a set designer. Standing, she held out her hand. Come down from there now. You're supposed to be at home all tucked in with the Rockford Files reruns, not out here in a tree. As he hopped down, he squeezed her hand, and it wasn't a suggestive, come on baby, light my fire squeeze. It was one of support. Just doing my part. Calla pressed a kiss to his weathered cheek. Don't do your part in a tree, okay? Now go grab something cold to drink and put your feet up. I think it's up to me and Nash now. Gus tweaked her cheek and set off to find the cooler someone had brought on this crazy journey. Gripping Daphne's arm as she flipped through yet more of her notes, she asked, Hey, how's hubby? Is he okay? Oh, he's fine, honey. This happens all the time. Whatever vision he had took its toll on him is all. He'll sleep it off like some drunk and be right as rain tomorrow. Don't worry about him. Worry about you. How are you? Despite the thick air of the night, she rubbed her bare arms. I'm worried. Really worried. Nothing's worked so far, and I still can't figure out why Nash has to regain his memory today. If that's even what fate meant at all. What happens to him if he doesn't get his memory back? Daphne's breathing hitched. I don't know, sweetie. Damn. Sometimes it's so hard to be married to this man. I know it's his job, but it kills me when it affects the people I love. I've been racking my brain all day while we act out this crazy look into your lives, and I just don't know. Calla experienced instant regret. Everyone in she and Nash's lives had gone to bat for them, and she wanted them to know how grateful she was. I'm sorry. I don't want it to sound like I'm blaming anyone. I'm grateful this happened, or I might be wallowing in a bag of corn chips and watching The Notebook instead of at least trying to help him remember. Any news from Winnie? No one had had any luck getting in touch with Winnie, and even though Daphne and Greta and all the seniors were the most amazing entity of support, Calla really wished Winnie was with them. Nothing. And quite honestly, I'm beginning to wonder why the hell no one can get in touch with her. She's never out of touch with us, especially Greta because of the halfway house. It almost makes me think I should dig out my broom from that dusty playpen fate calls a garage and fire up the old GPS. You have GPS on your broom? Wait, did I just say that out loud in conjunction with the word broom? You have a broom? She wasn't struck dumb by much these days, not with witches in the mix, but a broom made her pause. You bet your pert ass I do. Don't use it much since the new council made all these crazy PC rules about using our magic only when absolutely necessary. But there are days when I miss a good road trip on old Ozzy. Your broom has a name. Daphne flapped a hand at her and chuckled. I went
went through a heavy Black Sabbath period where I loved everything Ozzy Osbourne. Out of the blue, a pang of fear struck Calla for no reason. An unsettling, irrational fear. Do you think Winnie's okay? Daphne's nod was quick. I'm sure of it, honey. Maybe she just lost her phone or something. But the entire witch world would know if something happened to her, trust me. Now, let's do this before we miss our time period. Calla hesitated for a moment, fighting her fear. This was their last big hurrah, and she was trying not to dwell on the fact that it might not work any better than any of the other scenarios they'd relived. Daphne pulled her into a hug, squeezing her hard. I have a good feeling about this. Me too, Greta chirped, massaging Calla's shoulders. You ready, champ? She forced a smile to her face and thumbed her nose. Ready, coach. Places, everyone, Daphne bellowed into the megaphone. As she positioned herself once more on the blanket in front of the campfire, Nash looked over at her and shot her an encouraging smile and a wink. I have a good feeling about this, cupcake lady. Calla gasped, words escaping her. Nash's head shot up, his eyes concerned. What's wrong? She grinned just before she threw herself at him, knocking him backward onto the blanket. Planting a kiss on his lips, she rubbed her nose against his. You called me Cupcake Lady. He looked surprised, but it didn't stop him from wrapping his arms around her. Did I? Wait. Why would I call you Cupcake Lady? Because I bake all the time, but we haven't mentioned it once today, not one single time. Cupcakes are how I talked you into helping me paint the center shortly after we reconnected. You love my cupcakes. I do? Wait. I do. Holy hell, I do like your cupcakes. I love your cupcakes, in fact. Are cupcakes another strange metaphor for the smacksy? Because we really need to get on with this, kittens. You industry folk are hard to keep focused, Daphne groused. Calla pulled herself to her feet, taking Nash with her. No, he called me Cupcake Lady. He called you Cupcake Lady? Greta shouted, her face splitting into a grin. Yahoo! As everyone began cheering, she reached for Nash, her heart pounding so hard she wasn't sure she could keep it in her chest. But when she turned back around, he was gone. Like, totally and completely gone. Everyone sat in stunned silence around the large table at Winnie's house. No one spoke, no one moved, not even when two of the witches made sweet tea and poured it into tall glasses. Nash was gone, and they'd looked everywhere for him. From his ranch and everywhere in between. Nothing. Just nothing. Flora held her hand, stroking the back of it in soothing circles, while Ezra let her rest her head on his shoulder and Twyla Fay nested at her feet. Thunder cracked in loud rumbles outside. Lightning followed shortly thereafter, sizzling across the sky and lighting up Winnie's kitchen windows. Okay, people, I can't take this anymore, Ichabod said from the far end of the table, where he was propped up against Greta's chest. Tell me what happened again. He was there 1 minute, gone the next, Daphne said into her hands, her defeat crystal clear in her tone. Into thin air, Gus muttered. Yep, Flora said, snapping her fingers. Just like that. Dread filled Calla's chest, clawing its way up to her throat. What did this mean? Did it mean they'd failed? Had the invisible timer on this madcap day buzzed and this was the outcome to the one-day theory? Was this the something awful? Because, wow, this was pretty shitty. Greta's head snapped up. You know, just a couple of seconds before the ruckus broke out, I smelled magic. But it wasn't male magic. Okay, Ichabod encouraged. That's a clue. So you smelled magic. What kind of magic, B.I.C.? Good, bad, playful, angry? She cocked her head. I don't know. It was just a whiff. I didn't stop to examine it because we were all in such a rush. I just know there was no need for it. I mean, Nash didn't use his magic when he was asking you to be his steady, did he, Calla? No. She shook her head emphatically. No magic. Unless you counted the magic his words filled the air with that night. But then how would I know? I'm a werewolf. I smell emotions, detect shifts in body language, and I run fast. I wouldn't know the scent of magic if it hit me in the eye. But is that what made him disappear? Maybe it had to do with what fate said. Maybe Nash's disappearing was his fate? Daphne popped up from the table, slapping her hand on it as she did. Okay, who was using their magic tonight? She demanded. Fess up or I'll use mine, and I know none of you wants to experience the wrath of my decimator. Jesus in a Speedo, not the decimator's spell. You put that finger down right now, Daphne Martin. Winnie? Winnie was suddenly there, right in the middle of the room, a puff of sparkly purple smoke surrounding her, dressed in slacks that looked suspiciously like MC Hammer pants and a cropped jacket with big shoulder pads. She looked down at her clothes and giggled. We threw Baba a surprise you're 11 billion years old party, and you know how she likes her hammer time. Snapping her fingers, she went from retro 80s to a pair of jeans and an old flannel shirt. Where have you been? We've texted, called. We were just shy of Greta sending smoke signals. You're never out of touch, Daphne accused. That's what brought me back. Something happened to my phone. Damnedest thing, too. I haven't gotten a single message since just after I left yesterday. Not even Greta's daily update. When I tried to call with Ben's phone, no one was picking up. Something just didn't feel right. That and a weird premonition I just couldn't shake brought me back. Thank God you're here, Daphne muttered. We've got a problem. A big one. Rolling up her sleeves, she sat down at the table next to Calla and gave her a hug. Okay, what the hell is going on here? I'm gone one day and all hell breaks loose. Everyone began talking at once, sharing their versions of what had gone down since this morning when she and Nash woke up, while Winnie held Calla's hand and listened, absorbing the information. 20 minutes later, they were all silent again. Winnie blew out a breath. Okay, so he just up and disappeared, and no one but BIC smelled magic or saw anything. Nothing happened at the dance? Did someone maybe slip something in his drink? Calla firmly shook her head. Nothing. Gus snorted and popped his lips. They weren't there long enough to put anything in his drink. They danced one dance and went off to make the whoopee. Daphne and Greta both nodded their heads. But oh, Winnie, you should have seen our girl, Daphne breathed. She looked beautiful. Just amazing. All dark hair and a pink dress that fit her like a glove. She was gorgeous. Pink dress? Winnie asked, her head cocking to the left. Did you end up borrowing one of my dresses, Calla? The tone of her question was urgent. Calla's anxiety rose. Yeah, it was really amazing, too. I felt so feminine and sexy in it. Now Winnie rose, her fists clenched. A pink wraparound? Calla rose, too, her heart pumping. That's the one. It was the only pink one you had. Winnie gripped her hand, her eyes intense, just as another crack of lightning screeched across the sky. Where's the dress, Calla? At the scene of the crime? Back at Nash's, I think. I left in such a hurry, but I'll replace it, I promise. No, that's not what I mean. Just hold on, she yelped, and snapped her fingers. The next thing Calla knew, they were all in Nash's bedroom, falling into each other like a bunch of dominoes. Flora was the first to speak from beneath Clive, who'd fallen on top of her. Clive, put your pickle away and get off me, you old buffoon. Sprawled on the floor, Calla tried not to waste time thinking about how she'd gotten here. As she rose to a sitting position, she saw the dress. Nash had draped it on the edge of his neatly made bed. There, on the bed. Winnie snatched it up, her eyes widening as Calla helped Flora and Clive up off the floor. Oh, no. No, 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 no! Panic seized Calla again. Her eyes flew to Winnie's. What's wrong? Oh, God, what now? Winnie held up the dress and shook it in the air. This is my get-lucky dress. Oh, she'd gotten lucky. Okay, voodoo lady, what does that mean? She was almost afraid to ask. I should have burned this dress. It was my Vegas dress. Zelda and I used to joke about it all the time. Zelda, Winnie's best friend, the one she'd done time with in the magic abuser's jail before she'd come to Paris, or something like that. And before I came to Paris, I was freer with my affections than even I like to admit. I put a spell on this dress so whomever I chose as my prey, date, wouldn't remember me or anything that happened between us the next day. Sort of a play on what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I just made sure it really stayed in Vegas. OMG, how clever, Daphne cooed. What happens in the dress stays in the dress. I bow to your genius. Love it. Greta blew her whistle, her face full of disapproval. Out of bounds, Daphne. Curb the enthusiasm. Daphne winced. Sorry. Winnie winced, too. I'm not proud of some of the things I've done in my past, but I did it to protect my anonymity. It's no excuse, I know, but I'm a different person now. Everything hit Calla at once. Everything. So that's why Nash didn't remember me. But what does that have to do with what fate said? Who gave you this dress, Calla? I thought I'd hidden it away where no one could find it, and then I kept forgetting to burn it to rid it of the spell. The panic she sensed in Winnie was panicking her. Winnie was fighting hard to hide it, but Calla smelled her fear. But she still didn't understand. Kirby gave it to me. She helped me pick it out. Winnie gasped, clapping the heel of her hand to her forehead. Oh, Jesus. I can't believe I did this. I was in here with the girls one day, reorganizing the closet for donations, preaching rehabilitation, and using my past poor choices as examples. I told Kirby and Renee about the dress. We laughed about it. But I never in a million years thought, shit. What? Everyone yelled in unison. Winnie began to pace the floor of Nash's bedroom, biting her lip. Kirby is troubled in more ways than you know. The actual time she served was for breaking into a warlock's house. But as Baba always does, because she cares about the people she confines, she dug deeper into Kirby's past while she was in prison, and she discovered something else, something buried. I'm not supposed to break confidentiality, but her files say she had a run-in with someone once, became too attached, for lack of a better word, to the point of frightening the person she was so fixated on. But no harm was ever proven, and the incident certainly wasn't to this extent. The incident? Calla demanded. Define the incident. Winnie shook her head, rubbing her temples. She allegedly sent some letters to someone, and when this person rejected her, she, according to what I read, freaked out, showed up once or twice at their place of business. But she never, ever hurt anyone. The elders of the council chalked it up to a childhood crush. Calla licked her dry lips nervously. Okay, so she's not dangerous. She sent a fervent prayer skyward that at least that much was true. Baba put her through some rigorous testing before she even allowed her to leave solitary. She never would have sent her here for rehab if she were violent because of the children. The women here aren't hardened criminals. They're mischievous, they abuse their magic for their own gain. And since Kirby's been here, she's been so great. How could I have missed something like this? But then something hit Calla like a bolt of lightning, all at once and hard in the gut. I didn't stop to think about it while we were doing the reenactments, but Kirby knew every detail while we were staging it. I mean, right down to how I was standing when Nash first kissed me. Kirby's words shot through her brain. No, Calla, lean more on your left foot. Daphne's finger shot up in the air. And as I recall, she was pretty precise about the first time Nash saw you again at the center. Nash. She's obsessed with Nash? It all made sense. If he didn't remember her, Kirby still had a chance with him. Where is Kirby anyway? Gus's eyes widened, and his next words were laced with fear. Haven't seen her since we were out on Nash's land. Dread filled her stomach, making her legs weak and her hands shake. But what fate had said still wouldn't let go. How did Kirby's alleged obsession with Nash fit the words one day? How will we find him? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Winnie glanced at Ezra. I need Greta with me, Ezra. Can I count on you to stay here and keep watch on the house and the girls? Ezra bobbed his head. Always. You just look out for my girl. Winnie tugged his beard. Always. Then she snapped her fingers, making her magic wand appear, the dress still in her other hand. Boys and girls, gather round. I'll need all your power, and we have to connect at just the right time. Daphne and Greta made a circle around Winnie, with Gus, Clive, and Flora placing their hands on each of the women's shoulders. Calla held up a hand, poking her head between Clive and Flora. Wait, can this hurt anyone?
Don't you worry about us, girlie. Just sit back and watch the show, Gus cackled.
Winnie eyed everyone, holding up the dress and her wand. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. She hurled the dress in the air, raising her arm high and pointing the wand at the pink fabric as almost in slow motion, it flew upward and fluttered, the soft material billowing. Winnie began to chant in what Calla was almost sure was Latin, the words picking up rhythm and speed. Daphne and Greta chimed in while the seniors mumbled something indistinguishable. Sparks sizzled red and orange in midair, appearing then disappearing. The room shook, a quaking Calla felt in her chest. The air in the room evaporated for a moment, then whooshed around them like winds of a hurricane, almost knocking her over. She scrambled to hold herself upright, clinging to Greta's sturdy shoulder while they continued to chant. A roar of fire cascaded down on them, as though someone had ignited a match. It swooped up and outward, turning the dress to ashes. Winnie's signature purple smoke swirled around them when she popped her eyes open and turned her wrist, aiming the wand at the cyclone the dress had become. The dress disappeared, leaving only a few ashes in its wake. Daphne leaned forward, putting her hands on her knees and gasping for breath, while Greta did the same. Beads of sweat dripped from Gus and Clive's foreheads. Flora shook, her small frame wavering. Calla dove for Flora, catching her at the waist and setting her on the edge of Nash's bed. Flora, are you okay? Flora threw her head back and laughed. Best damn time I've had in 100 years. Calla ran to the bathroom to grab a washcloth to wipe Gus and Clive's faces, but they were too busy fist-bumping and slapping each other on the back to need her assistance. 7 hells, buddy. Did you see the flames? Clive grinned wider than she'd seen him grin in a long time. He whirled his finger in a cyclone-like motion. And the dress? Like a damn Tasmanian devil. Okay, what the hell just happened? What did burning the dress, aside from keeping it from getting into the wrong hands again, do but incinerate it? Daphne stood up straight as an arrow, her blonde hair askew, her eyes grim. She held out her hand to Calla. We used the dress to find Kirby, honey. She left her imprint of magic on it. What she forgot was, it's a sure way to lead us right to her. Oh, thank God. Her throat was dry, her stomach in turmoil, making her force the words out. Where is she? Winnie gripped her shoulder, her fingers still shaking, her face pale. She has Nash, Calla. Chapter 11. Kirby paced the floor, her movements jerky, her words erratic, as Nash tried to piece together what the hell was going on. She had him bound by something invisible, something much stronger than any warlock magic he possessed. And she rambled, striding back and forth across the floor of Old Man Greeley's barn as Nash sat on a bale of hay as helpless as a damn newborn. Fuck. She stopped short, coming to stand in front of him, but as she spoke, she almost looked right through him. I don't understand what went wrong. I did everything the spell said to do. What went wrong? She wailed, clenching her fists. He cleared his throat, wishing he'd spent more time practicing spells than roping cows. What don't you understand, Kirby? Tell me. Maybe I can help. Now she saw him, her eyes wild and furious, connected with his. You shut up, you stupid, stupid shit-slinger! I hate you! She spat, beads of her spit lashing his face.
Whoa now. Why do you hate me, Kirby? I thought we were friends. You're always so nice to me when I come to the center to see Calla.
Don't you say her name, you filthy barn animal! She screamed in his face, literally making his hair move. She deserves so much better than you. So much better. I'm better. Me. But she just can't see that. Why can't she see that?
Calla. This was about an infatuation with Calla? So, you did this, Kirby?
He kept his question calm, his voice steady, but his mind was reeling. She reared back, gulping for air, her chest heaving. Of course I did, you moron. All men are morons. Stupid bottom feeders. I enhanced a spell Winnie put on that dress so that when the day was over, you wouldn't just forget Calla, you'd despise her very existence. But you ruined everything. God, she looked so beautiful last night, didn't she, Nash? Her voice went soft and dreamy, light and far away. He remembered now. He remembered everything. Every single detail of he and Calla's first night together, and if it killed him, they were going to have a bunch more.
She did look beautiful. But how did you know Calla would borrow that specific dress, Kirby?
Had she been planning this long? She put her hand over her mouth and giggled like a small child. I didn't. It was just dumb luck. And the way it all came together so perfectly must mean it was fate. Oh, I'd been planning to do something from almost the instant I met Calla, but last night all the pieces of the puzzle fell in place, just like magic. She snapped her fingers, creating a puff of orange smoke.
And Winnie's magic? Why steal her magic?
You can't really be that stupid, can you? Winnie's far more powerful than I am, but not for long. When I realized all my dreams were coming true, that opportunity had just fallen into my lap with that dress, I had to act fast to protect the dream. I knew once someone located Winnie, she'd come running back to save her friend, so I took the necessary precautions to prevent it. But I'd always planned to steal Winnie's magic from the moment I met that stupid, always preaching right from wrong bitch. I'd really hoped to just let this all play out, and once you were out of the picture, convince Calla she was my destiny.
Your destiny?
Kirby snaked a hand out and gripped his chin, squeezing it. Shut up! You shouldn't be allowed to even refer to her. She's too perfect, too good for the likes of you. Okay, he had to find a way to calm this situation down. She was like a ticking time bomb.
You're right, she is.
In the blink of an eye, she reared her hand back and slapped him across the cheek, the crack of it echoing to the rafters of the barn. I hate you! Hate! His head fell back on his neck from the force of her contact with his face, but he lifted it, trying to figure out how to diffuse this if every word he spoke infuriated her. Then she was childlike, her voice soft, her expression innocent. You weren't supposed to remember her. How did you remember her, Nash? By midnight? You should have been a seething monster full of hate, but you're not. You called her Cupcake Lady. Somehow you remembered. You must really love her. It means your love is stronger than my spell. Yeah, he did remember, and no doubt he damn well loved her. Now he wanted to live long enough to enjoy it. He could kick himself for this morning, after her confession from last night. He'd never forgive himself for that asinine reaction to her prosthetic, but he was going to try and make it right. Yet he remained silent. He only exacerbated the situation when he spoke, but his mind raced as he looked for a way out. She was silent for a long time, too. Eerily so, as he tried every spell he knew in the book to break whatever was binding him. Her auburn hair was mussed as she ran her hand through it again, finding her way to a hail bay opposite him and slumping down beside it. She tightened the sweater she wore around her waist and gazed at him by the glow of the lone candle she'd lit. She began to chew on her nail, examining it under the light of the candle. "You know what comes next, right?" she asked offhandedly. Answer? Don't answer? He chose answer.
What comes next, Kirby?
Her head flew upward, her eyes full of an oddly serene delight. "You die, cowboy. You die."
Well, now he understood what fate meant when he said Calla had to show him in one day. One day was apparently up. Winnie held up her finger as they neared Old Man Greeley's barn. "Okay, you wait outside. I'm not taking a chance she'll hurt one of you, understood?" Calla shook her head. Oh, no. Baba Yaga would kill her if anything happened to Winnie. Not to mention, she'd never be able to live with herself if something happened to her. "The hell I'm waiting outside, Winnie. I'm not letting you risk your life. You have children and a husband. I'm a werewolf. I'm pretty strong and really fast. I can just run in there and grab him." "And she has magic, and we have no gauge on how powerful it is. But I have magic too," she said, gripping Calla's shoulders. "You will, under no circumstances, come into that barn, Calla Allen, or I'll put the mother of all whammies on you and turn you into some swamp dweller. Hear me?" She then turned to the group. "That means all of you. You know I'm the strongest witch here, right? But I can't get a feel for Kirby's powers at this point. For all I know, she could be stronger than I am, but that's unlikely. No one needs to get hurt if you'll all just listen." Calla swallowed hard, her throat so tight she almost couldn't speak. She pulled Winnie into a hug. "One wrong move, one peep of distress, and I'm right behind you, understood?" Winnie chucked her under her chin and smiled. "I don't think that'll be necessary. Now stay put. Especially you, Gus. Your daughter's old-school witch, and she'll burn us at the stake if you're harmed in the making of this coup. No heroics." Without another word, she blew them all a kiss and disappeared into the ebony folds of the night. Calla almost couldn't stand still, but Daphne put a hand on her shoulder. "It'll be all right. Winnie's got some serious mojo. Has she told you about what she did last year when—" Winnie's scream, so raw, so terrifying, cut off Daphne's words. Everyone looked at each other, but Calla was the first to react. Shrugging off her shoes, she shook her head, centering her thoughts inward and shifting until the crunch of her bones had morphed into her wolf form. Her clothes fell in a pool at her feet. She swiftly scooped them up between her teeth and leaned back on her haunches. "Calla, Winnie said no matter what you were to stay out here," Greta warned, the tremble in her voice very real. But she wasn't listening. She took off like a bat out of hell, heading straight for the barn as the sound of thundering footsteps from behind rang in her ear. Winnie dangled lifelessly above him from the rafters of the barn while Kirby held a shiny blue box in her hand. A box that held Winnie's magic. An appropriation box. How the fuck had she gotten her hands on one of those? It was as though Kirby had known Winnie would show up. The moment Winnie snuck into the barn, soundlessly, no less, she'd whipped around and opened that box. Kirby had clearly given the idea of getting caught some thought if she found a box as powerful as the one she held in her hand. "Where did you get that, Kirby?" He had to keep her talking just a little longer while he focused on the energy of the spell she'd placed on the restraints. If he could just figure out the last piece of the puzzle, how to break these damn bonds. Kirby held it up, letting it balance in the palm of her hand, and grinned. "Wouldn't you like to know, cowboy? It's pretty, right?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of fur at the barn door entrance and fought not to call out to Calla to run. Fuck. What next? He decided to play devil's advocate, so Calla knew what was happening. "It is pretty, Kirby. Very pretty. So what's the plan? Where do we go from here? Winnie's seen you now.
When she wakes up, she'll be pretty angry that you stole her magic. You can't hide that. You're the one responsible for this. The Council of Elders won't like it. Way to threaten, Ryder. She's not afraid to kill you. Facing the Council is like kindercare for her.
She set the box on the bale of hay beside her and put her hands behind her back. Oh, I know that, dimwit. I just did time, idiot. I know all about the elders and the council. I also know Winnie's friends probably aren't very far behind. But I planned for that, too. Everything in this place is rigged, including our restraints. If someone tries to take them off you, they die. Boom! He instantly stopped fiddling with his wrists. Shit, shit, shit. None of this would have happened if you'd just gone away. Why did you have to fall in love with Calla? If you had kept your dirty bits where they belong, she would love me. I know she would. He worked the last of the magic in his fingertips over the invisible bonds holding him.
But Calla loves me, Kirby. Don't you think she'll be angry with you when she finds out you're the one who killed me and one of her best friends?
Kirby smiled wide and no doubt tinged with insanity. Oh, she won't. Because after I make all of you go away, I'm going to make her forget too. Forget everything. All of you. Well, but me. Only me. And then we'll leave Texas forever. Whoa. Crackers in the house. As Calla shifted back, realizing her speed and strength really weren't a match for Kirby, she pulled on her clothes and listened to the sweet, soft-spoken woman who'd worked for her for almost a year talk to Nash as if she'd lost every marble in her head. She was Kirby's target? Her heart pounded in her chest, crashing against her ribs. Winnie's magic was in a box, and Kirby planned to steal her memory too? Oh, these witches made werewolves seem like fuzzy kittens. Daphne bumped into her from behind. Plan? Go back, she hissed. Yeah, no, not gonna happen. What's going on? She has Winnie's magic in a box. Can you put magic in a box? Greta gripped her whistle. Oh, hell. 7 damn hells. She has a box. How did she get her hands on an appropriation box? Calla turned to look at them both. This is bad, yes?
The worst,
Gus said. Because?
Because if we don't get that box back, Winnie's magic is gone forever,
Clive whispered. Note to self, read the Witch's Guide on All Things Crazy. Are you kidding me? Not a joke, Flora assured her. I thought Winnie was super-duper powerful. Oh, she is. But magic can be stolen. And getting your hands on an appropriation box is huge, Daphne said. It's like the holy grail of vessels to steal and contain magic. I thought bloody wands were the holy grail. Okay, so we have 2 holy grails. Do you want to dicker about numbers or do you want to make a plan here? Greta asked. A plan. She'd never felt more inferior in her entire life. She was a mere werewolf with nothing but brute strength on her side. How did you fight off Crazy Pants with a good right hook? A good right hook. If she could knock that box out of Kirby's hands, and someone could grab Nash and Winnie, they might stand a chance. Turning to the group, she said, Okay, here's the plan. Kirby? Hey, honey, what are you doing? Calla asked softly, strolling through the barn doors and across the floor littered with straw and dirt. She refused to even look at Nash, or she might break and take Kirby out before it was time. It was all about the timing. Kirby whirled around, the box firmly in her grasp. Her eyes were glazed and shiny, her skin damp with perspiration. Calla! Calla smiled, focusing on one thing and one thing only. Getting that damn box. Oh, Kirby, she chided softly. What are you doing here? Why didn't you just come to me and tell me how you felt? Kirby's mouth opened, but no words came out. Calla clucked her tongue. I'm so hurt. Kirby faltered, her eyes darting around the room before she focused on Calla's again. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. I didn't mean to hurt you. I love you. I love you so much, and I couldn't stand it anymore. He doesn't love you. He forgot all about you. Calla kept approaching, her feet shuffling in slow forward steps. He did, didn't he? Kind of a jerk, right? Her face went ugly then, distorted and so unlike the Kirby she thought she knew. He's no better than a trough of pig slop. All men are filthy creatures, all of them. So why all the fuss, Kirby? I'll go with you if you want. She smiled then, tamping down the greasy slime of her disgust. Kirby's face brightened in surprise and hope. You will? Of course I will. All you had to do was ask. Now give me your hand and let's walk out of here before we find ourselves in a whole lot of trouble we don't need, okay? Kirby's eyes narrowed. You're lying. Calla continued to move toward her, her hand outstretched. Why would I lie to you? You're my friend, aren't you? Friends don't lie to each other. But Kirby began to back away. Don't come any closer, or I'll disappear forever, and take that stupid bitch's magic with me. I hate her, too. All of her crappy stories about how awesome it is to be a good witch. I hate the timed showers and cooking meals for those idiots who are simpletons with brooms. I hate the smell of the seniors and their stupid dentures. The only thing I loved was you, Calla. You and the center. Because you loved the center. That's true. I do love the center, Kirby. But I love you too. So if that means leaving the center behind, we can start one somewhere else, right? There was a long pause. Long enough for Calla to see Kirby was trying to process her offer, wrap her twisted brain around the idea that she would go with her willingly. And that all changed in an instant. You lie! She roared, her face red, her eyes on fire. The moment Kirby snapped was the moment Calla lunged for her, pulling her arm back with the speed of light and landing a punch square in her jaw, the crack of her bones echoing in the barn. Chapter 12. Kirby wobbled, the box teetering in her hand before it fell to the ground. Dive! Calla screamed at Greta, who charged in and lunged for the box. But Kirby was back on her feet faster than Calla would have ever given her credit for. She nailed Greta in the head with her foot, stomping the side of her skull and scrambling toward the box, now lying halfway across the floor. Calla made a run for it as Daphne waved her hand and shot upward, pulling an unconscious Winnie from the rafters and back to the ground. Calla! Nash bellowed. Duck! Just as her fingers almost had the box within their grasp, a loud crash quaked the floor, followed by the creak of wood. A piece of the barn wall came crashing down, narrowly missing her head as she rolled to the left, trying to relocate the box. A high-pitched yell pierced through the barn, with Gus kamikazeing right behind it. He leapt through the air and landed on Kirby's back, wrapping his arm securely around her neck. That's for not letting me have Cheez-Its. But he was no match for Kirby. She flung him off like a speck of dust before setting her sights on Daphne. Calla pushed herself upward, blocking out everything but getting to that box and Nash. It was almost at his feet. She crawled across the floor as the room began to collapse around them, dust choking her and filling her eyes with a haze of sheetrock. Clive made a run for Nash, zipping around behind him. I got him. You get the box, Calla. No, Nash roared. Don't touch the bonds, Clive. She has them rigged. If you release me, it'll kill you. Get out. Get out now. Go, he ordered. Calla's eyesight might be a hot mess, but her ears were pretty damn good. Hearing Nash panicked, solid, tough-as-nails Nash, left her panicked. Someone would end up dead if they tried to release his restraints? Oh, God. This was the eye of madness, the center of a crazy storm. No way was she leaving here without every single person she loved, Nash included. "Clive," she hollered. "Get out! Get everyone out!" But Clive wasn't listening. "No man left behind," he bellowed back, reaching for Nash again. But Nash scooted away from him. "The whole place is going to fall apart, Clive. Everything is rigged. Your magic isn't strong enough to stop it. Take Calla and the others and get out." And that was when Calla went a little crazy pants herself. Sheer grit and determination made her push her way across the floor, ignoring the glass breaking all around her. Ignoring the sting of it digging into her flesh as she stayed low to the ground, slithering, reaching. She was so close, so damn close the tips of her fingers actually grazed the box. But then she heard Flora scream, "Calla, on your left!" Her eyes caught the brief glimpse of Kirby just as she waved her hands and lifted Calla off her feet, hurtling her into what was left of the barn door. She hit it with a thud, sliding down and landing in a pile of broken wood. But then Daphne was there, shooting a ball of fire directly at Kirby's head, making her duck. "Incoming!" And that's when opportunity presented itself. Calla lunged across the floor, skidding into the bale of hay Nash sat on, her hand firmly around the box. She pushed herself off the floor and rose just as Kirby came for her. "Flora, go long!" she cried out, before shooting the box through the air with everything she had in her. But Kirby steamrolled her, slamming her against the floor in a move a wrestler would be proud of. Dust flew up all around her as her vision became hazy and she fought unconsciousness. Kirby's face swam in front of hers as she grabbed a handful of Calla's shirt and screeched, "I loved you!" before slamming her head into the hard floor of the barn. The blow to her head left her dizzy, but not so dizzy she wasn't able to rear upward, jutting her hips with as much force as she had left in her, knocking Kirby off her. Calla rolled away and drove her body upward and onto her feet, just in time to see Flora open the box over Winnie's prone body and hear a scream of rage fly from Kirby's mouth. Winnie popped up like she'd never been down and instantly snapped her fingers, and then everything stopped. Planks of wood peeling from the walls stopped midair. Particles of dust and paint hovered. No one moved, except for Calla. She could still move. Pushing her hand through her hair, she watched Winnie float across the floor and land in front of her. "Honey, are you okay?" Calla threw her arms around her friend's neck and squeezed as hard as she could. "Oh, thank God! Thank God you're okay!" She fought the press of tears as the fear dissipated and sweet relief replaced it. "Calla, I want you to listen to me carefully. Take everyone out of here and go back to the house. They're all fine, and they'll all know why I have to stay behind. I promise. But I need your help. Even as a witch, I'm only effective in one place at a time, and I need all my strength for these next moments in order to wipe the place clean of her evil magic and cleanse it." Her eyes went wide. "But why aren't you coming with us?" Not a chance in hell she was leaving her here alone with Kirby. Winnie's eyes went sad and filled with a regret Calla didn't quite understand. "I also have to do something I don't want to. But it's for the good of everyone. Kirby is dangerous, not just to others, but to herself. Far more dangerous than I think anyone anticipated. She has to be dealt with." Suddenly she understood very clearly, yet there was a part of her, despite what Kirby had done, that hated this. "What will you do to her?" "I can't tell you that. I can only tell you that she'll be dealt with. Now go, please, because this is harder than you can imagine, and I have to do it alone." Calla licked her dry lips, wanting to ask again what would happen, but too afraid to hear the answer. Instead, she opted to trust Winnie. "Okay, but please be safe." Winnie smiled, but her eyes were so full of sorrow. "I promise. This time I have a handle on things. Oh, and before you go, something to note. Nash's love for you was stronger than Kirby's spell. It's why he called you Cupcake Lady. He was starting to remember. I hope you realize the magnitude of that. He fought off a spell he didn't even know he was under because his love is so deep and real. You deserve that, Calla. Don't ever forget it. Never, she whispered. Calla hugged her once more, watching as she released Nash from his deadly restraints. Then, without pause, she began carrying everyone out like some batch of bizarre statues, keeping her eyes focused on the task and refusing to even take a glimpse at Kirby. She placed everyone gently on the ground outside the barn, one by one. When she hauled Nash up, she planted a kiss on his forehead and held him tight. She didn't look back. She didn't question Winnie's choice. Instead, she sat down on the ground and waited for everyone to stir. Gus was the first, his whistle long and wheezing from his throat.
Ooh-wee, that was a hell of a fight. Let's do field trips more often, kiddo.
Calla inspected his face, running her hands over the wrinkled surface. You are a badass, sir. I'm very impressed with your chokehold. Oh, and thank you. I can't say it enough, she whispered, dropping a kiss on his cheek. Flora groaned, rolling to her side and reaching for the hand Gus offered her. She sat up with a moan, grass stuck to her hair. Calla plucked a piece of it from the side of her head. I think the Dallas Cowboys are insane not to offer you a contract after that catch, Miss Flora. She waved a hand in the air. Bah, who wants to be all sweaty and smelly when you can wear one of those cute cheerleader outfits? Calla barked a laugh, rousing everyone else. Nash was immediately on his feet, his eyes scanning the area and landing on Calla. He didn't say anything when he reached down for her and pulled her into his arms, hugging her hard. And then she cried, the tears falling from her eyes and soaking his dirty shirt.
Christ, Calla. You scared the hell out of me,
he muttered against the top of her head. Ditto.
Don't ever, ever do something that crazy again, got it?
Deal. As long as you don't ever forget who I am again. He chuckled, the vibration against her chest, warming her from the inside out.
Do I know you?
Oh, that's rich, pal, Clive said, his shirt torn and his plaid shorts almost shredded.
You're one funny guy. Maybe you should take it on the road.
He knelt down beside Greta, whose head was bleeding, and used the edge of his dirty shirt to wipe the droplets away. Greta popped upward, her hand automatically going for her whistle before she ever touched the gash on the side of her head. Okay, so, just for future reference, the next time you forget your lady love, I'm out. Daphne rose to her knees and held out her hand to Greta, who helped her up. I'm getting too damn old for that kind of abracadabra, people. Next time we group magic, let's whip up something fun, like fairies and unicorns, huh? Everyone laughed as they began to make their way out of the field leading to the barn, Calla's hand wrapped in Nash's. She stopped dead, right in the middle of their trek back to Winnie's. Guys? They turned as a group, all tired eyes and weary bodies pointing in her direction. Did I say thank you? I don't think I did. I'm not one of you, and I know that, but as you all know, my kind doesn't consider me one of theirs either. Yet they weren't here tonight, right behind me, taking up for me as though I really belonged, so... She faltered, her throat tight, but she gulped it back. Thank you. Thank you all. Daphne blew her a kiss and grinned. Welcome to the coven. Want to borrow my cauldron? Everyone laughed, clapping each other on the back and setting their feet back in motion again, and as they plowed through the dark, Calla's heart settled back in her chest, the easy beat of it peaceful. And she knew. She was exactly where she belonged, with the seniors at the center, with her grandfather, with her friends, and with Nash. Forever Cowboy Nash.
Hey, Calla,
Gus called over his shoulder. Yes, Gus?
Next time we do a daytime excursion, could we maybe just do the zoo?
She threw her head back and laughed. You bet, buddy. Monkeys for everyone. 3 months later. Calla held up the ring so Daphne and Winnie could see it under the lights of the rec room. Wow! How do you hold your hand up with that big old thing on your finger? It's a wonder you can even move it, Daphne teased, giving her a hug. So stinking happy for you.
Congratulations, Calla. No hard feelings, I hope?
Fate asked, his handsome face wreathed once again in a smile. You mean because you spewed some cryptic life-or-death message about my entire existence falling apart, then passed out like a drunk after a fifth of whiskey? Never, she joked with a grin. He leaned in and kissed her cheek.
You look beautiful tonight. I hope you and Nash have a long, healthy life together. And now I'm going to take my wife for a spin around the dance floor.
He held out his arm to Daphne.
Beloved.
Daphne giggled and let fate sweep her off to the middle of the rec room, where the seniors had set up a dance floor for her surprise engagement party, her long gold dress gracefully sweeping out as she moved her feet. "Where's Marlboro Man?" Flora asked, her eyes twinkling, her smile bright. Calla smiled and squeezed Flora's hand. "You look beautiful tonight, Miss Flora. I can't believe you guys pulled this off without me finding out." Clive stuck his head between them.
We're like ninja party planners.
Flora wrinkled her nose. "There's nothing like a little tapioca pudding to inspire some motivation round these golden oldies parts. I promised Clive a week's worth if he'd help me hang the lanterns." The rec room looked incredible. They'd gone all out. White lantern lights hung from one end of the room to the other. An ice sculpture sat in the middle of a long buffet table full of food from everyone in town. Snowflakes glittered from all the windows, and champagne flowed from a fountain in golden, bubbly waves. When she'd first arrived, totally believing they were meeting Ben and Winnie to go to dinner at the fanciest restaurant in Paris, she'd been flabbergasted. And Nash had been in the middle of it all, on bended knee, his hat in one hand and a small gold box in the other. When he'd rumbled the words, "Want to make cupcakes with me forever, cupcake lady?" she'd burst into tears, and could only manage a nod. He'd scooped her up to the sound of cheering and laughter and glasses clinking together, and had kissed her senseless. The last 3 months had been some of the best of her life, and every day they worked to move past what happened that night with Kirby. They'd discovered Kirby had stolen the appropriation box from one of the witches she'd done time with in prison, and it was now safely in the hands of Baba Yaga. Denny left town shortly after he found out exactly why the council didn't give a tinker's damn about who she mated with, proving to her that he was as superficial on the inside as he was on the outside. And then there was Nash. Calla had finally confided what made her leave Boston while Nash held her and reminded her that if Reed hadn't been such a scumbag, she wouldn't be in his arms now, and that made them luckier than most. And she had to agree. Reed's cruelty had led her to some of the best things to ever happen to her. Nash, Paris, Texas, Winnie and the girls, and the center, her pride and joy. Just when she thought her heart was as full as it could get, it managed to hold just a little bit more. "You guys are amazing, Flora. Everything is so beautiful. Thank you."
You look real purty tonight there, Calla. You sure you want to marry a roughneck like our cowboy?
Gus asked, tugging on his polka dot bow tie.
Hey, you horning in on my woman, Gus?
Nash asked from behind her, winding his arms around her waist and pulling her to the shelter of his chest.
I'm just giving her options, big guy. A girl should always have options.
Calla reached forward and straightened Gus's tie. "I'll keep that in mind. But until then, why don't you go see if Greta wants to dance? I hear she doesn't mean Charleston." "Oh, my God!" Winnie yelled from across the room, moving through the crowd of people, her husband Ben behind her. She latched on to Calla and jumped up and down. "Look who's getting married!" She grabbed her hand and inspected the ring, the sparkle of it almost a glare. "I'm blind from the glow. Nice job, Nash." Nash tipped his Stetson at her, leaning in to kiss Winnie's cheek.
I aim to please, ma'am. Next time you aim, maybe you shouldn't aim so high, Ben said. You're making us all look cheap, Ryder. Congrats, buddy.
He shook Nash's hand before pointing to the buffet table with a grin.
I'm out. Rumor has it Agnes made her famous fried chicken, and my cholesterol count's really low today. Need to keep up my strength.
Calla laughed and tucked her arm into Nash's, loving the feel of his hard body beside her own. This is beautiful, Winnie. I feel like a princess tonight, and I know you had a hand in that. She squeezed 2 fingers together, the soft glow of her blue cocktail dress making her eyes stand out. Maybe just a little.
Ha! Nash barked a laugh. How about, if not for her, we'd be eating a footlong and drinking a 6-pack?
Winnie rolled her eyes and grinned. Oh, come on now. You picked out the flatware and the matching tablecloth and napkins. You earned your keep.
I can't thank you enough for your help. Daphne and Greta, too. You ladies are a force.
Winnie punched the air with her finger. And don't you forget it. Now, you two enjoy this amazing night, because it's beautiful. I'm going to go hunt down a little witch named Lola Falola, who I'm sure is eyeball deep in red velvet cake and will make us all pay with her sugar rush. Pulling Calla to her, she gave her a tight hug. I hope tonight is everything you ever hoped for and more. I also hope you know you're right where you belong. Calla clenched her eyes shut and hugged her friend hard. Go, before I'm sobbing all over your gorgeous dress. Winnie scurried off, only to be replaced by Ezra and Twyla Fay. He set her lizard on a chair, reaching for her to kiss her cheek.
You're the prettiest girl in the room. And don't you forget, you're my girl first.
Calla leaned back and smiled at him. Always, always, forever, forever. So, I suppose you're a part of the family now, too, sugar? Twyla Fay asked. Although she knew the answer because Nash hadn't just asked her grandfather's permission for her hand, he'd asked her lizard too, according to Ezra. Nash nodded, running his hand over Twyla Fay's spine with a chuckle.
Only if that's okay with you, ma'am.
As long as we're clear about who gets what side of the bed, it's fine by me. Calla scooped her up and set her on the floor, looking down at her favorite lizard. I love you, Twyla Fay. You're as much a part of this family as anyone. And who'd have thunk I'd become so attached to you? But you can't sleep with my cowboy, she teased. The indignities I suffer as your beloved pet. But I wouldn't want to share a hunk like that with a green goddess like me either. And seriously, y'all, I hope you're always as happy in the future as you are right now. Now, I'm off to see a Cabbage Patch doll about a gnome. She scurried away before Calla could catch her. Ezra pivoted on his heel, preparing to chase after Twyla Fay.
I got this. You two enjoy.
He blew her a kiss and shot out into the crowd of people, leaving she and Nash at the edge of the party. She turned in his arms and smiled up at him as soft music played and their guests laughed. He was so handsome in his dark sport coat and white shirt. Every muscle in his stomach was enhanced by the tight fit. Tonight is amazing, Nash. Thank you. I love everything about it. Dropping a heart-stopping kiss on her lips, he winked.
Good to know, because I love everything about you. And I do mean everything.
Laying her head on his broad chest, she nodded and sighed a happy sigh. Because she knew what that word meant to the two of them now. What it meant to her. It meant completely, unconditionally. It meant he loved her heart, her mind, and her. Only her. For now. About Dakota Cassidy. Dakota Cassidy is a USA Today best-selling author with over 30 books. She writes laugh-out-loud romantic comedy, grab-some-ice erotic romance, hot and sexy alpha males, paranormal shifters, contemporary kick-ass women, and more. Invited by Bravo TV, Dakota was the Bravoholic for a week, wherein she snarked the hell out of all the Bravo shows. She received a starred review from Publisher Weekly for Talk Dirty to Me, won an RT Reviewer's Choice Award for Kiss and Hell, along with many review site recommended reads and reviewer top pick awards. Dakota lives in the gorgeous state of Oregon with her real-life hero and her dogs, and she loves hearing from her readers. This has been What Not to Wear, Paris, Texas Romance, Book 2. Written by Dakota Cassidy. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Copyright 2015 by Dakota Cassidy. Production copyright 2015 by Dakota Cassidy.